try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Friday Night Lies. I'm Catherine Felton Page, your host and founder of Social Change Warriors Advocacy Channel. So welcome, welcome. So glad to have you back. If you're here with us live again on Friday night, it's just been great getting to know all of you and chatting with you and just debating all the issues of this case with you and just being able to bounce it off of each other in our friend zone, our chat area. So welcome back, everyone. To those of you that are new, welcome to our channel. Welcome to Social Change Warriors. We're really glad to have you. Stop by anytime. Subscribe if you'd like us if you'd like, and come back anytime, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. So the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And we have to believe in that, or we wouldn't be able to keep standing for victims of homicides who are not getting justice for their life having been ended by the hands and the violence of another person. We have to keep that in our minds because we can get discouraged and we can get tired and we can feel beat up by this sometimes. And I know that that's how everybody, not just those that believe Karen Read is innocent and was framed, but those that believe Karen Read is guilty and that she wasn't framed and that she got drunk and stupidly ran her car backwards and hit John, and he got a freak accident that would be a 1 in a million, right? And he passed away. So everybody's fed up. Everybody's frustrated. We're listening to everything again for the second time in trial number 2, but we are getting new information. So if you were with us Wednesday night, Julie, the craziest person on earth, and our resident social change warrior blogologist, but I'm going to make her a blogologist too before this is over. She took us to school Wednesday night, right? And kind of gave us the lowdown of all this math and science and all this stuff that the experts is just throwing at us and seeing what sticks. What's that saying? Throw the spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks. But we're learning new information this time around that we did not hear when Lally presented this case, when Attorney Lally, Prosecutor Lally presented this case, his chief case. So it is interesting. I love science. I love technology. I know that some of you, it can be boring. And today was really rough because there were so many numbers being spoken and minus this and plus that. And if we include this with the key cycle and lots of jargon talk and engineering talk. And so we are going to rely on our resident math and science major to break it all down for us again tonight, because I will appreciate that. I'm going to talk a little bit about Jen McCabe because I like talking about Jen McCabe. And I've mentioned this several times that if this ever comes out that it didn't go down like we think it did, then I will apologize to Jen McCabe and to Carrie Roberts and to any of the other women that I feel didn't make very great decisions that fateful morning when they could have just said, I'm not going along with this. I'm done. Time to tell the truth. But if that's not the case, if it really truly was a 1 in a million engineering scientific feat that Karen hit John in such a fashion that he had a life-ending head injury, then I would be the first live streamer to apologize to all of the so-called witnesses, but I don't feel they're witnesses because they were in the house and I don't think they witnessed anything. Or did they? Right? So we're going to find out tonight. We're going to go over Jen McCabe's testimony and compare it to Julie and her scientists and experts testimony. And how we're going to go about that, I'm not sure yet. I'm going to ask Julie because I was busy today helping my unofficial godmother. What are you chewing on, mister? I got to check on that puppy. Get some errands done today. Since I didn't have to get out of the car too much, my back doesn't mind being in the car because I can put the heated seat on it, and it actually loves being in the heated seat in the car. So we had errands today. I had to play catch up all day. It was a crazy day as usual in that courtroom, which is the building is right behind me. So let's always remember John O'Keefe is the one that lost his life. He's gone. He's not coming back. Something terrible happened to him now we know during these key cycles and all these times on everybody's different watches. And because we know there's a time variance, I never knew that. I mean, I knew there had to be something, right? I think we all know there has to be something. My iPhone compared to yours, or my clock, or my, especially if you watch TV, right? When feeds come in, if you're in one room, you might have a feed that's a couple seconds ahead. I know when I'm on the phone with my friend Kathy and Madison and we're watching a sporting event together, one of us might be a whole play like ahead of the other one, and she'll scream touchdown and I'll go, what? And I'm sure you've all experienced that watching sports with your friends, right? So we know about it, but we certainly didn't know what we know now. We know a lot about it now. So we're going to be comparing a little bit about what science is saying was the time frame, this window, and what Jen McCabe was saying was this window in trial 1, and how she tried to walk that back in trial 2, which is very interesting. And we'll get into that here in a little bit. And then, of course, the other shenanigans that was going on today. And I am surprised that they called, not totally surprised, but I remember many, many months ago, I was discussing this with some fellow officers who follow the case. Why did that police officer suddenly leave Canton and go to Boston PD, right? She had to have seen something, or didn't like the atmosphere, or didn't like what was happening there. Or maybe she might feel Karen Read is innocent and didn't want to participate in all of what was going on. We'll find out, I guess, when we chat about that tonight. So we are an advocacy channel. That's why I created Social Change Warriors, was to do advocacy. And I started out doing it on a grassroots level with other social workers who have their master's in social work or have their license in social work. And we were doing advocacy projects in cities all around the country. But everything we did was either on the ground, in person, webinars, or pre-recorded. I never really considered doing a live stream until I started following some of the domestic violence unsolved homicides. And they really got me pissed. I couldn't believe that these guys were getting away with sorry, you two, MURDER, of their wives or their fiancés or their girlfriends. And they couldn't get enough evidence to arrest them and put them in jail where they would belong for the rest of their lives. It didn't happen that way for many of these women whose cases I was following the last 4 to 5 years. And as I was watching the Karen Read trial and participating in the live streams and the chats, I started thinking, maybe I should turn Social Change Warriors live, take us live and start talking about these victims of these domestic violence, homicides, and M words, and give them a voice and advocate for them and contact their families and see what I could do to help them. It just sort of has snowballed from last July to where it is now today. And it's continually changing and growing, and we're building. And I appreciate all of you tremendously for coming live and for supporting us in the replay and sending me emails of encouragement and giving me constructive criticism. And I enjoy and appreciate all of you so much. And I honor all of you for standing with me for victims of homicides who have unsolved cases and their families are suffering. And in the case of John O'Keefe and Karen Read, many, many families are suffering, and it's horrific. And until a case is solved, it's going to stay horrific for these families. Michelle's sister Sarah is still missing in Ocala in Marion County. Kara still does not have justice for her husband. The family that I just met in South Carolina, Daniel's family, they still do not have justice. Ellen Greenberg, no justice. Sandra Birchmore, no justice. Suzanne Clark Simpson, no justice. Suzanne Morphew, no justice. I could go on and on and on. I have 100 names on a piece of paper. I'm slowly getting to them, and it takes time because I want to talk to their families. I want to advocate for them effectively. And there are 100 names on my paper of women whose murders are unsolved or they're still missing because of domestic violence. It's just shocking. So, or other, nefarious reasons why the case isn't being solved, which is in the case of Karen, nefarious behavior. We believe that she was framed, and many other people are framed all the time in our country. We just never hear about their cases. So thank you, everybody. Welcome back. Julie, bring you up to the stage here in a second. Welcome everybody live, and welcome again to the replay. So let's get Julie up on the stage. Oh, Julie, you know what? I bet I didn't email you your link, did I? I know I didn't because I was shopping. So sorry. Okay, everybody, stand by for 2 seconds. Let me email Julie her link. I will be right with you. I wasn't shopping, but Mom Solon was shopping. So while I'm emailing the link, I can talk about something that I don't need a slide for and that I'm curious how you guys feel about. First of all, let's talk hair. Sorry, Bert. Bert's bitches from Wednesday's Angry Bitch Club are back. I think all of you are back so far. I see you all. MCAT, I know Julie's here. Shauna's coming. Kathy's here. I'm sure Kim will be showing up. Hello. What's on tonight? Well, we have got the Karen Read trial on tonight, my dear Sherry. Karen, is it Shara? Shara or Sherry? You tell me how to pronounce it. I know you told me once, and I'm so sorry I forgot. I love the way you spell it. We are going to talk about the witnesses from this week that testified at the Karen Read trial. That is what we are doing here tonight on Friday Night Lies. So let's see here. Let me give the email to my Julie, and let's talk hair. So Miss Little got a new hairdo. I want to know what you guys think of it. Everybody's been talking about it. There's a couple people I saw on Twitter X when I took my neck break this afternoon and a back break now. We're just going on about her cute hairdo. And I like I said, I had to catch up on the trial today, so I really didn't notice her hair. So then I had to go and kind of check it out. So I like it. I think it's really cute. Karen Read's hair is growing a lot since this whole thing first started. Her hair was always long, but it's really long now. So she had a hairdo. I'm still not liking AJ with the beard. Some men I like with facial hair, some men I don't. It just depends on their, I guess for me, it just depends on their face. And I don't know how I feel they wear it. I don't know what you guys think about facial hair. I don't hate it or love it. It just depends on the person. Everybody's different in how I think they look. But most importantly, it's how they think they look. It doesn't matter two shakes what I think or what you think. If the person looking in the mirror says, I like that hairdo, I like that hair color, I like myself with a beard or a mustache, then great. That's how it's supposed to be. But of course, we always all have opinions about our friends' hairdos and hair colors and tattoos or piercings or lack thereof or whatever that the case may be. We always all seem to have an opinion about that. So I found that kind of interesting. But yeah, I kind of wish AJ would go back to the old AJ. So this will be interesting tonight. We get to learn more about engineering, which definitely has its moments. I can tell you. I don't know. A couple times I was tuned out. I don't know about you guys, but I was tuned. I could not. Hang on, Julie. I'm trying to get this to you. It's not. Where is my edit? I'm trying to get to the edit here. There we go. Oh, I need to invite you. There we go. All right, Julie, I'm just about to hit the send button. You shall have your link for the green room. If anybody else wants to come up and say hi, you don't have to come up with your camera on. You can keep your camera turned off if you're shy. You can just come up with your voice. So let me know. All I have to do is put your email in the chat. I'll keep an eye open for it. I'll email you the link just like I'm doing to Julie right now. And then you can come up on the platform with us and talk your talk. Tell us your opinion. Tell us what you think. And we're glad to have you. So please let us know if you'd like to join us on the platform. You're welcome anytime. All right. This was an interesting week, to say the least. My brain kind of hurts. Numbers are just kind of swelling and swirling everywhere in my head. I kind of got the opinion when I was in the Young Jerks. Oh, and by the way, Mike is trying to raise money, the Young Jerks, for his attorneys because he's being sued, and so are two other people. It has to do with a live that he did on a business, I guess a business. I don't know that much about it. He hasn't really shared a lot about it for his protection. I'm sure he can't. But if you are so inclined and you want $1, $5, or whatever you can afford to his legal defense fund, and he has that posted on all of his socials. If you don't have social and you want me to grab it for you, the link, just let me know and email me and I'll email it to you. So just as a reminder, while we're waiting for Julie to grab that email, all the content that we use here is for education and informational purposes only. All the rights to all the images, the music, any clips, everything belongs to the respective owners unless it's mine. Like if it's my meme, my slide deck, my AI music that we created for our theme song, that's different. That obviously belongs to Social Change Warriors and inherently me. But I don't claim ownership over any third-party content. And our creative content is our Google slide deck that we made, that I make every week. I keep adding to these case decks. Some of them are up to 150 slide files now of information. We just keep adding and adding as we learn more about each case and about each victim and their family gives us more information that we're standing for. And then remember that my views are my views, Julie's views are Julie's. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we agree to disagree. We always get along here. We're always friends. You guys can you can say anything you want in that friend zone as long as it's respectful. You can disagree with us. You can tell us your own opinion. We are friendly here. We're nice to each other. We don't tease. We don't bully. And we don't bully those that we're talking about. I really don't care if Jen McCabe needs to go to a dentist or not. I don't care what color her hair is. I care if she lied. I care if she's evasive. I really want to know what the truth is. We all want the truth to come out in this case. We want justice for John O'Keefe and we want the right person to be behind bars. So that's what we're looking at. So welcome back to our resident Bostonian and blobologist, Julie.
Hey, everybody. We might be breaking those rules today because that guy, what's his nuts?
Yes, I know. I know.
It's just too much.
We're going to stick to did they lie? Were they evasive? Did they tell the truth? But we'll add another caveat. We'll add a number 4.
Was he a hired goon?
Yes. Did they mess with the science on purpose? Are they trying to create magic where there is none? Are they sending cars to the moon and back? Because in engineering, anything's possible. Yeah. He gave us way too many sound bites for us not to talk about them. That's right. We're not making fun of him, his person. We're going to poke holes in his testimony and in the ridiculousness of so much of it. That's what we're up to tonight. So hi, everybody. Let me see. Again, these are our friends from, oh, wait, where did I say? Now I got to look it up because now I'm going to forget where they're from. New Bedford, right? Is it
Yep,
New Bedford? Right,
That's
Julie?
New
Yes,
Bedford
New
Send Out.
Bedford. So this is Tracy V and her crew with Karen Reed in the front there. This was one of the standouts. And I just thought, I love this one. I've seen so many pictures and all of you are great. All of you that have stood out are great. I've put up a lot of your signage and a lot of your photos. But this one just kind of struck me. I really liked it. So I got a hold of Tracy on Facebook, asked permission to use it. She said yes. So again, a shout out to them for standing for what they believe in, for taking their views and their opinions out into the streets and allowing people to blow their horn at them or give them the finger if they so choose. But they're out there with their signs, saying what they feel and calling for justice for someone they believe deserves justice. And that's what advocacy is all about. It's about your belief in something is so strong that you want to share it with the world. And the best way to do that really truly is the old-fashioned way, is to go down to your town square or your Capitol building. Madison, Wisconsin, beautiful capital. We've had many organized protests, peaceful standouts, advocacy going on there. Washington, D.C. has had their share, of course. Many of your town halls and your courthouses and your Capitol buildings have had wonderful advocacy standouts. That's what it truly means to be free, is when you get to say what you believe in and share it out with others. Now we have social media to do that. We have live streaming to do that. But I still believe in getting your feet on the ground, touch the earth, get off the computer, quit staring into the blue screen, and go meet people and interact with people. I've been in 3 standouts now, and it was really meaningful to me. I was at many in the past, but in the last 5 years, I haven't been to any. So the one for Sarah, and the 2 that I've been to for Free Karen Reed were, I guess, 3 total, because I did one by myself in Daytona Beach. But I had a lot of people asking me questions about this case, and I was the only one there at the time over by the beach. It was kind of rainy and windy that day, but this makes you feel more connected to the movement if you can make it happen. Join someone. If you can't do it yourself, just go out there and hold up a sign and let people beep at you or swear at you or put up their finger, whatever they want to do. But this is truly the freedom of speech that we all love so much. So Judge Bev, Bev, you are really something. Some days I don't really know what to make of you. I know a lot of you do not agree with me, and that's okay. You don't have to. I have a love-hate relationship with Miss Beverly. There are days when I really respect her for how she treats the jury and how she does handle the courtroom at times. But then there's those obvious moments where she's just done, and you can tell she wants nothing more to do with this case. And she sighs and she grunts and she makes faces. And are you done yet, Mr. Jackson? Or how much longer are you going to be, Mr. Alessi? Where she doesn't really tend to do that with the prosecution. She gives them so much leeway for these things. So it's hard for people not to see that there's bias there. And she might swear up and down all day long, I'm not biased. I'm just doing my job. This is how I do my job. Take it or leave it. I've just seen so many people comment about her. It's just constant on the internet with different lawyers saying, I don't know why she says I'll allow it. She should never be saying that. Why doesn't she tell us why she's sustaining and why why the objection is sustained or why the objection is overruled? Because I've watched other trials where they tell us why. So we know, those of us that aren't lawyers, right? So it'll be interesting to see how this all keeps playing out now that the defense is presenting their case in chief, and we'll just see what happens, right? It's going to be interesting. I know you all have your own opinions about dear Miss Beverly, and so does the internet. So the internet has a lot of opinions, right, Julie?
Yep, sure does.
So hello again to is it Shira or is it Sherry? I have to ask her. I know I've met her before. Thank you for being here. Hello, Bert. Welcome from welcome. Oh, it's a secret. Yeah. Sometimes it is a secret because Julie and I just kind of go rogue and we end up talking about things with you that we weren't necessarily planning to. So sometimes it's even a secret to us. Hello, MCAT, sitting outdoors. Oh, a lovely day in Chicago. Good to hear that. MCAT says it's a lovely day. I'm still in North Georgia. I'm going back to Florida tomorrow, but it was beautiful here today, 70 and windy, and all of these Georgia trees and pines were blowing all over the place. And now why aren't my comments going up? There we are. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm going to try something new tonight. I want to know what you guys think of this. I'm going to turn on this show comments on stage. Okay. I have do you know anything about that, Julie? you still there, Julie?
What was that?
I lost you.
Okay, hang
Do
on.
you, do you know anything about,
Am I frozen?
I'm going to try
Am I good?
something once. I put show comments on stage. I've never done that before. I have no idea where they go. I don't know what that means. Do they show up on your TV, guys? You have to let me know. I can't see it. So you will have to let me know. I just clicked the button, show comments on stage. I'm thinking that means that our chat is showing up on it as a rolling chat, because I know Mike with Young Jerks did this a couple days ago, and it was rolling in the right-hand corner. So everyone let me know. So Bert, Shira, Kathy, MCAT, Kathy Coppins, let me know if something's happening with our friend zone. Hello, Kathy. Hello again to everybody live with us right now. What did Kathy have to say here? Okay, let's see what Kathy says. I heard breaking news this afternoon. Finally, after 6 months, the grand jury is looking into the murder of police recruit Enrique Delgado. Oh, this is huge. I missed. I know no news. Thank you, Kathy. This is great. Good for his family. They've been trying to honor him when they do the standouts for Sandra Birchmore. They include him with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. I've seen the posters with all 4 of their pictures. Well, that's interesting. Okay, thank you, Kathy, for giving us that breaking news. I had not seen that yet. I'll be glad to see that, and we can, obviously we'll keep you all posted on that when that starts to happen. Wonderful. So yes, MCAT, when I was talking about the woman police officer, that's officer, is it pronounced Deaver? I think it's pronounced Deaver. Cannot wait to hear. Yeah, me too. I trust me, I am very much looking forward to that. And yeah, Bert says, Casey, looking forward to learning more about that. Yes, Enrique, that was definitely never, ever in a police academy setting do they ever put us at risk like that. I've never seen anything like that. I've never heard of any. I mean, there are injuries that can occur, and there have been accidental deaths on the firing ranges typically, but I don't even know if I've even heard of an accidental death learning ground fighting, which they weren't even doing ground fighting. They were boxing. I've never even heard of that being part of any police training or police academy in my entire life. So this case is going to have a lot of interesting similar characters, because some of these names that we've heard are associated with the Massachusetts State Police. And I'd like to see their policy and procedure book on their training and what they're teaching, and what their philosophy is, and how much they're going, how aggressive they're going with their, like, typically it's just you learn how to, if somebody attacks you, they teach you how to fight back and how to get control of the suspect and get him back under your control and in handcuffs. It's not about winning a fight. It's about getting your suspect back under control so they can't take your gun or grab your pepper spray or try to knock you out and take your gun. So that it's all about self-defense for the police officer when a suspect becomes unruly and you don't have them in your custody yet. So the boxing thing, I don't know this much about. I don't really know anything about Enrique's case. I haven't really taken much time other than advocating for him via Twitter, putting out sharing posts that other people have put up, but I don't know a lot about the circumstances of what happened and where he was in the training process and what this particular training was called. So I'll do my homework and look into that so I can share. I'm sure others obviously will be sharing that as well, but we will share it here too. So MCAT writes, yeah, she's talking to Kathy Coppins now, OMG. We got three Catherine's in the house, MCAT, Kathy Coppins, and me. We're all K's. So MCAT says, I like AJ clean shaven. I personally don't care for Liza's hair, but I hope she likes it. Yeah. Well, her bangs are a little too short for me, but she is young. I mean, she is much younger than me. So most of us can't go with that really short bang, but I can't stand the beard. Julie, you don't like the beard, right? Just shave it once and for all. Okay, Queen Olive's back. I need to run to the store, but I'll be listening. Okay, Queen, welcome back. Bert's bitches are in the house. Great. Boston Globe reported Melanie. Oh, and Melanie announced it during her stream. Okay, thanks, Kath. I'll look that up and I'll get a slide case file started for him so we can keep up with all the news and report and advocate for him when we can. Absolutely. All righty. Well, welcome back again, everybody live. Looking forward to all your comments tonight on this week, which has been a lot of brain information. Julie, does your brain hurt?
a whole bunch of things hurt, and I was taking notes for tonight, and I rewatched the Wednesdays. Well, a little bit of the finish of the direct, which I missed an important part, and we're going to talk about it. But
Good.
watching the cross and then everything else, and it's just infuriating. Like he's just such a pompous asshole. Like he's
I
one of
know.
those types who like closes their eyes to look and be like, actually, it's pronounced fudge. Like what? I don't like it.
Yeah, he was a tad pompous. Bitches on Wednesday. Yes. The angry bitches are on Wednesday. That's right. Tonight we're just Friday Night Lies. That's right. But we can still always be Bert's bitches, even on Friday nights. We can do that, Bert. We will do that for you, Bert, because we know that is meaningful to you. We appreciate you, Bert. All right. Well, Hank is now on the other side of the aisle, right? So now he is the cross. And it was interesting to hear him today, because today was the first day that we heard him on cross. So what did you think, Julie?
Well, it's not as bad as it was. Oh shit, this isn't going to come up the way it is. Well, whatever. So it wasn't as bad as the voir dires. I mean, he had his moments. Like he had his funny, like, oh, don't be shy. Make sure you tell us all about the stuff that I'm gonna, pull you apart about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
we'll see.
And I mean, today was just like, I get like the whole entire point of today. Like you could sum it up in about 30 seconds. Today's point was, the guy went up there. I even forget his name. I'm sorry. I think it's what DeSora, or like Bev says, D'Ambrosio, whatever.
DeSorga.
Yeah,
I think it's DeSorga. Yeah.
So he went up there and was like, okay, you're qualified. You do this. You got hired. And what did you base your data off of? You based your data off of what the Commonwealth and Shannon told you, right? And he said, okay, now let's calculate the drift. Let's do variance. Let's do what it looks like. And this is saying that this event is happening afterwards. So the collision, if what you're saying is the collision happened, there would have been shit that he did on his phone. And then Hank got up there and crossed him and said, oh, so you're saying that this is all wrong? Well, why didn't you do it yourself? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And basically it was like, well, you're the Commonwealth. You're the ones who's supposed to come with a theory that's supposed to be proven within a reasonable, beyond a reasonable doubt and moral certitude or whatever. And said,
engineering
wrong. Why didn't you fix it? And he said, that's not my job. That's up to you guys. I was given this from you guys. So if it's wrong, you guys did it. And then they argued and pointed fingers at everybody. So that was basically the gist of today. It was, he did what he was supposed to do from the defense, going on what the Commonwealth did. And he was basically saying the Commonwealth is wrong. And Hank didn't like that. So that's what happened today.
Well,
God knows it took 7 hours to do that. But again, this like that's basically the whole entire Commonwealth's case, which is, well, she was in a car. The car said that there might be a collision and there were taillight pieces. Therefore, she did it. That's it. And so that's what they're going based off of.
Well, there's a clip I forgot to pull it up, so I'm going to look for it when you're talking about one of the other topics that you want to talk about. I'll look for my clip, because there was something he said today with Jackson that I was very intrigued about that there were two ways to look at it, and that PhD guy didn't look at it both ways, and he did. And then he told us how many times the time for John was in the positive when you looked at it in both ways, because there's more than one way to look at this in the engineering world, right?
That's variance. Yeah, that's
variance.
That's
right.
variance.
Thank you. I couldn't think of the word.
Yeah, so it's basically a range. That's what they're saying when they say drift. It's
Right.
variance. By saying everything has error or variance, it's saying, okay, well, I know within 95% certitude that the time is going to lie between 8 and 12 seconds. And Shannon says, nope, I got it down to this because I adjusted with all this other stuff. And like he was saying, he said sometimes Shannon used John O'Keefe's phone to sync everything up and control the variance and calculate for that. And sometimes he used, I forget what other piece he used, but he was basically saying, like, whatever you guys gave me, I just looked at, and if it's wrong, it's you guys that are wrong who are doing it. And again, he didn't like that. So that's what he was doing.
Well, yeah, that section was very interesting to me when they were talking about the plus the plus John O'Keefe time minus the minus, like that the last turnoff of the phone event happened after he was hit, supposedly hit, or it happened before he was supposedly hit. So I thought that was very interesting today. And then, like I said, he was talking about how if he would have done it looking at it in two different ways. And I can't, it's complicated, confusing, but I was getting a lot out of it. So I'll find that little section in, do you have today's testimony in the private chat yet?
I do not. I only have the voir dire at the end because that was fascinating to me. The 7 hours that happened today, I mean, that was just a lot of, like, they got angry at one another and started bitching, and it was like, okay, you could, like, you didn't really need to go that hard, but I get the point that you're trying to make, and you want to.
I just wanted to pull up that section where he was talking about looking at it from two different sides, and that PhD guy Welcher only looked at it from one side, and then he looked at it from both sides and was able to say, hey, instead of just 8 times where John's in the positive and he's only in the negative 3 times, he's in the positive 15 or 16 times and never in the negative, and once at the equal, where the event happened at the same time the phone stopped, the last interaction with the phone. So that little section I do want to replay for you guys and talk about with you, because that was, to me, the most fascinating section of the day. That was, I think, I know presently where it is. Can you do me a favor? Can you go grab anybody's, you have the court, the one we used the court TV, or what did we use on Wednesday?
The trial channel?
Yeah. Can you grab that for me again and just put it in the private chat? And in the meantime, let's revisit Jen McCabe. Let's talk about her for a little bit. Let me share my screen here with y'all. So that's not the one I want. Stand by. I just got to go pull it up. So I'm curious in the chat box if you guys can just let me know what did you think of the testimony today? Of course, the antis were all over this guy and coming up with reasons not to like him, obviously. I don't
sort of. I mean, they were kind of with us too by saying like, why are they pushing so hard with this guy? Now, again, we agree that they were pushing too hard on this part, but it's for different reasons. They're saying like, well, if Karen Read's guilt comes down to a couple seconds, then like she did it. And what we're saying is, if you can't show that there is a collision where he was struck with the car, and all the bruises happened and all the lacerations happened, and he was flung into the onto the yard, and he ended up crushing his skull, and all this happened, then there's nothing there. So we agree that yes, this guy, they went way too hard with this guy for way too long, and today was kind of a shit day, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. It is what it is. Exactly. So I'm going to pull up a little bit of Jen McCabe. Let me go to her. Hang on a second. Let me remove that. We're going to listen to a little bit of her testimony from a couple weeks ago. Just share my screen with you guys and pull this up. Okay, make it bigger. And you guys see it okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So let's just re-listen to a little bit of this. This to me is very telling. I think this is very important. I'll be very curious to see how they're going to come back around and compare her time frame and her peeping window nonsense with when she saw the car out in front of the door, pull up to the flagpole, and then be gone. And how they're going to bring that to match what everything that we've heard of the time frame that Welcher and Manchannon have put out. So I'm going to take a minute to listen.
John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone. Where to?
I'm going to just go past this little sidebar they're about to have. But I do want you to hear what the judge says. Oh, wait, I guess maybe I am already past it. Yeah. So hang on, because I want you to hear what the judge says. So we're going to. Can you hear this?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message
Sorry, I gotta
from
go back
Jen
a little
McCabe.
bit more. I want you to hear what the judge says to Jen in case you missed it the first time. Let me
One of those crowns I have here
great
fell.
potential.
I put some like kind of a.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Okay, it's a very short sidebar, so I'm just going to let it roll because I think a lot of people miss this. Some may have not heard it and never watched it back, or might have missed it and fast forwarded. But this is pretty interesting what she says, what Judge Bev says to Jen McCabe. So this isn't very long because I can't quite get that that mouse to be perfect, and I don't. It's such a quick thing. So Peggy's was wearing the royal blue that day when so many different family members show up. I don't really know who most of these people are. They have different ones coming all the time. What they're trying to get situated is Jackson was trying to ask her about the specific times, and she was trying to tell him that she doesn't remember how many times that she went up. She remembered perfectly great in trial 1 how many times she went to the window. Okay, I'm going to be quiet so you can hear it.
Ms. McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
Miss McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you. Now, isn't that interesting? She had absolutely no problem in trial 1 when her memory would have been, like they're always saying, a whole year closer to the date. But now she's having trouble remembering how many times she texted, how many times she got up and went to look to peep out the window. But she had that thing down pat in trial 1. So I was like, oh, wow. Okay, let's make things easier for Jen McCabe. All right, let's take a listen.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone, where to? At 12:27, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31:47 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40:31 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42:09. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45:53 from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello.
Look at her eyes.
Okay, now don't be worried. I have these all written down. I put them in our thumbnail for tonight, and I put it up on my socials as well. So I have these all written down, 12:14, all of it, and then I have the comparison. So we'll get to that at the end. So let's keep listening to her, and make whatever notes you want or type anything, observations in the chat. This is really important stuff, in my opinion. Now, I think Jen McCabe has suddenly again become way more important than anybody ever wanted her to be. But I think she witnessed what didn't happen is exactly what I think happened. So
Are you playing this?
what? Isn't
you
it not
playing?
playing?
No.
Oh,
no.
hang on. I must have not clicked for it. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my fault. User error. Got to remove.
Picnic error.
Picnic error. Got to remove one to put the other one back. So sorry. I was listening away thinking you guys were hearing me. So make sure when weird things happen, I just want to remind everybody and you guys in the chat too, when I go back into this little tech place where I go to in order to stop and unstop the video, I can't see anything and I can hear it obviously because I'm on the platform, but I don't know if you can't hear it unless you so you guys speak up. Don't be shy. If something isn't working, tell me right away because I don't always know. That's one of the bad things about not having someone to work with me and do the producing part. I have to do the producing and the hosting, which it's not always easy, but I like it. I enjoy it. But I don't always know when there's a tech problem because I don't see it. So make sure you're not shy. Just speak up if you're on the platform with me like you, Julie, or if you're in the chat box, please speak up because I'm always watching the chat box. So thanks, because I feel bad when this happens when I don't realize that you're not listening or you can't hear it. So just let me know. Bert says, welcome home, Queen. You out of breath after running to the store? Good one. Good one. Okay, let's continue. Let me go back because you guys didn't hear that minute that I played.
January 29th, 2022 at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Pull behind me. Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone. Hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and content of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jen McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, is contained in the Cellbrite report.
Okay. All right, folks, so I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front lawn. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Cellbrite report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid a way bigger check without having to go.
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word, here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you,
Very clever.
See how he slid
it's fair to
that?
say that
Yeah,
once
you guys, you see how he
noted
slid that
the
in there?
SUV,
Very
Ms. Reed's
clever.
SUV was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of
Listen
fact,
to
in the
her.
course of about
Yes,
19
well,
minutes, you
subject.
went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've
So now she's suddenly not sure, but man, was she sure in trial 1. I got up, I went to the window. I got up, I went to the window. The car was here. The car was there. The car was here. She was on point. a year ago with all this. This is
Well,
what
that was-
really gets me here.
That was before everything came out with text messages and position, because I guess that's what the FBI had, and they didn't have that. So they went on her word saying, well, this sounds good.
Exactly. So
That's
now
why the
all of a
ice cream man
sudden,
came by.
right now, all of a sudden, I got up a few times. Oh, did you now? Well, just wait. This is like a surgeon. He is like, I don't know if a lot of people forgot how important this is, or now maybe it just seems more important now. It's always been important to me. Jen and all of her nonsense with watching the car and texting John and watching the car. To me, that was all huge, because Jen would have witnessed Karen running over John if it really happened. And now this is literally proving it. It's really, really is.
Indicated in previously that for every time you went to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the texts contained in the document that was just stipulated to. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's
No,
fair to say if you
celebrate Scattered
texted
Dead
5
to rights
times,
on that.
then you went to the door 5 times if those were associated with one another. You walked up, look out the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me, where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did, sorry.
Do you remember a year ago
Catch that?
testifying that
The truth
every
came
single
out with
time
her
you
yes.
texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct, that you
Could you-
testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
You show me the paper.
There we go with, can you show me the paper?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted
Sure.
portion and just read that to yourself. Let me know when you're finished.
So she's already admitting at 12:27, she saw the car and she texted here. She's admitting that she looked out again, and I forgot what he said the time was. I want to say 12:31. And pull up behind me.
May
She
I?
said it had
Yes.
moved up to the flagpole. That's only 2 times.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay, did you testify
That's already asked
in
you, but
answer to
okay.
the following question?
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice. And again, if I
Unbelievable.
misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door.
And
What I
certainly-
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it.
Went more than twice.
I
Jen.
saw it straight ahead. I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time further up. I
Now
cannot
she
say
just
with
admitted she saw it 3 times.
certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
And then
She just, oh shoot, she just contradicted her own self. Oh, it just happened. Oh, it looks like we're getting a commercial.
There are 2 types of people who should avoid
Okay.
taking gabapentin for neuropathy. Anyone who wants to keep both legs.
and by the way, when you
So there, she just literally contradicts herself. She said, I can't remember But I don't know how many times I got up and went to the door, but I know it was 2 times. I looked out and saw the car out front. Then I saw it move up to the flagpole, and then so 3 times. So she just admitted to for sure getting up and seeing it and seeing the car in 3 different positions. So texting 3 times. So she's already going against what she's trying to not say, right, Julie?
She's trying to avoid federal perjury. I
Yeah.
believe.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. There's absolutely that's what's happening.
So with those texts, I believe that the 3 texts that she sent, I believe that she was looking at the car and she was communicating with either at least Officer John O'Keefe or Karen Reed in the car saying like, hey, you know, if you guys don't know where you are, like come up here, like just pull inside. Are you coming inside or whatever she said, like here, pull inside, come, you know, pull in the driveway, come inside. But the last 2, or was it last 2 or last 3 that says like here, question, you coming inside, you here? Those I think are something else. But I think the original, like there are 5 text messages, I think 2 or 3 of them, I think she was communicating with them and then something else happened in the 8 minutes. I think something else happened and she was trying to, my belief is that she was covering tracks and potentially looking for the phone.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just speculation.
Right. All right. Let's finish her out here.
You testified, as you just saw,
Mm-hmm.
that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
Not
I don't
Karen.
think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a little with time?
Yeah, sometimes.
Well, some things,
It's in the
unfortunately, I
water.
think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am certain I will never forget. And I know for sure where the car was, and I know for sure I sent those 2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went out more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts.
All Turtle's
and
fault that
and
she
you looking
remembers
out
so
the
well.
door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
There's one.
When I texted here, yes,
12:20.
And you texted
27.
here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
There's one.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Toward the flagpole.
There's
Is that right?
two.
Is that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to, hello. Is that right?
No,
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
correct.
That was what, 12:31?
Yeah,
When you,
he's got that messed up. She's got it right. She texted pull
When you
behind
did the
me when she
second
saw the
time,
car move up to the flagpole.
and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the
The
flagpole, correct?
flagpole.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the
I'm not-
second hello.
I'm not sure if
Yes, she
that
did.
was when I
8 minutes
texted
later, right?
hello.
Yeah.
But you
Yes.
did see that the SUV had
Oh,
moved
no,
again.
more than 9 minutes later.
Yes.
Well, 8.
Now where
Sure.
was it?
We'll go with 8. 8 minutes, yeah.
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole. And then it was further up.
Then
Straight ahead.
at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole.
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You've indicated that
5
was,
text
you texted
messages
hello the last time
Between
you saw the
12:27
vehicle.
and
Is that right?
12:45.
I'm not saying that today, no.
No, you're not saying it
Well, did you say it
today.
previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last
said
time I
it a year
texted?
ago.
Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your
the
question that you
papers.
had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago, that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the,
Did you testify to that a year ago?
Yes.
to what? That when I went to the door, yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text, yes.
And then
Finally.
you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45, is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Matter of fact, you've testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
Yep, she's got to see the paper.
You're not
She's
sure
got to
about
look at reading.
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Exactly, Queen Olive. If you tell the truth, you don't need to look at past
At some
records.
point,
You're going to remember
did you know
telling
that the
the
deal
truth
was done?
about this
Let's get to
case.
that.
You've been on
Yes.
the grand
Around
jury.
what
You've
time
been on
was that?
trial one.
I do not know.
This is just ludicrous.
12:45,
that
a
you
little
think
before, a little
that This is
after.
going to get bought.
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time
Good one, Bert.
last year?
Jen's
Sure.
time on her phone was drifting,
May I?
perhaps.
Mm.
Exactly.
Thank you. The highlighted portion,
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
Something was happening.
Yeah, and Queen Olive, both her and Matt testified they kept looking out the window, and Julie Nagel said she looked out a few times. Brian Elbert Jr. testified that he was looking out, keeping an eye open for Ricky.
Yep.
All these people looking out the car.
Don't put pink salt
12,
under your tongue unless you're really ready to
25,
stop
and
looking like a whale
12,
swimming
27.
and see your jeans falling off in just 1 week.
So-
Today I'm here to teach you how.
That's a crazy amount of times that these people are looking out the window.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to
Thank
what
you,
time
Queen Olive.
last
Thank
year
you,
you indicated
Pat Bert
that you went to the door and saw that
is
the
such a
SUV was
liar.
gone?
Yeah, she sure is.
It says on the paper that I was asked if after
It says on
12:45
the
it was
paper,
gone, and I
just
answered
say it.
correct.
Okay,
She
I
won't
never
say
gave a
it.
time.
all right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me.
Yep, the
Is
papers would
that
help.
the
Well, that's the
time?
stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you see her
that
look over at
coincides- that
Hanky
testimony
Pank?
from last year
Yeah, look at-
coincides
she's
with your
doing it
last
again.
text message
She's very nervous.
saying hello.
Say
You
something.
noted that the SUV at that point
She is getting more nervous by the second. Look at the grave concern on her face. And when she looked over at Hank both those times, and she's getting cotton mouth. Did you see her lick her lips? And she kind of like, you could tell her mouth is like paste right now, you guys. I can guarantee you, because when cortisol starts flying through you when you're under stress, you've all experienced this at some time in your life. Whether you've had something bad happen to you, like maybe you've had an anxiety attack, or sometimes if you get hurt, you can immediately have that stress reaction, and you can break out into a cold sweat. You can get cotton mouth. Your voice can get hoarse. These are all things our body is doing under stress, and you can absolutely see. I'm going to wind this back just a little, because we're probably not going to have much of a chance to come back to Jen McCabe with everything that's coming up in the next 2 to 3 weeks. So that's why I wanted to take the time to do this tonight. I think this is really important to me. And I think the defense knows how important this is as well, which is why AJ got in as much of this out of her as he possibly could. I just want to back that up just a little.
coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's the
time?
stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to. Your last
There
hello
she
text
goes.
was
Look
at
at-
Now,
12:45.
look at the daggers.
Okay.
Okay,
Got
so
daggers
that
out.
coincides.
That was so obvious. I mean, if you slow that, I'm not as, I should slow it. Let's slow it down. Let's play around. I'm not very good at all the super good at the technology of this, but let's just see what happens when we slow that down. I don't even know how slow I should try to go, but let's just see what happens. Cause this to me is, he has got her so uncomfortable right now, having to, he finally got to admit that she did go to the window in corresponding with the texting, which means 5 times at the window, 5 text messages. She's so uncomfortable right now. It's insane.
Yes.
Okay, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay,
I never gave it time.
all right. And that coincides with the last hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about
Okay.
that. That's been stipulated to your last hello
She even
text
turns her
was
head,
at
too. Look at that.
12:45.
That is huge, you guys. I hope that somebody on that defense team, one of those paralegals that they got working behind the scenes, has slowed this down to show her facial expressions. That was the death stare to Hanky there. That
Yep.
was literally the death stare.
Save me.
I'm going to clip this and show slow motion, and I'll put it up on Twitter X and on Facebook, because that's okay. Let's finish her up. Let me put her back to normal speed. But that gives me the willies, honest to God. That is her lying her teeth out right there. I mean, it's incredible to see this. Let me put her back to normal for now, and we'll finish her up, and then we'll chat.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said
That's a
1
statement,
here.
ma'am.
Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Okay. Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a 4th time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McKay, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many
looking
times
at?
I went up to the door.
You just
I was
admitted,
back and forth.
AJ just
Right.
laid it out for you. He laid it out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you said yes. So now she's backtracking again, not wanting to commit to how many times she. This is nuts, right?
I don't know what she's looking at. She was talking to the jury and then looked down like she was looking at her
Right.
watch or something.
So Bert, you said you were talking about them showing clips. Like it's a shame they couldn't slow down and showed Jen lying to try to boost their third party culprit. But yeah, they only have an hour for closing, and they can't show. The reason why they can't show any of Karen Read, which is the reason why Julie and I have said this many times, we don't understand why they agreed to let her do these interviews, because it's considered hearsay, but the prosecution is allowed to use it. That there's wacky rules in the law. I wish I could remember exactly how Emily D. Baker explained it now, and I can't remember exactly, but that's the gist of it. The defense cannot use it because it's their own client and it's considered hearsay. She can't prop up herself.
No,
right?
no. So the prosecution could use it because it's put in the public and it's not, and it's basically her words on, on the record. So it comes in. I forget. Yeah. So Emily said how it comes in, but the defense can't use it because they have a client and saying, well, so kind of like the argument that David was going today and Brina will go back and forth with today, which is you have a witness. If you want to get their state of mind or the testimony or statement or hearsay or whatever the case may be, you call them as opposed to showing clips. You can't show them. You have the person. It's either
you have to call them. Right. You're forced to call them to the witness stand. Well, the prosecution can't call you to the witness stand.
Nope. That's the Fifth Amendment.
Right. If you make these claims in the media, then they're allowed. Yeah. Which is why
exactly. You have the right to remain silent in Fifth Amendment, but if you're unable to and you give statements like, "Oh, this is my testimony," well, there you go. He can do whatever he wants with it. So
right.
And
I remember her saying something else too, but I can't.
So she was also talking about the rules of completeness because that's what JFK was going on about, which was the rules of completeness say that unless like if you take it out of context, so like if you just say like, yeah,
I object.
So, well, yeah. So if you take it out of context and you just say like, yeah, I killed him, and then stop it. But if you say like, yeah, they're saying that I killed him, but I didn't do that. Then you have the rules of completeness saying that, hey, the whole statement is this, but he's not stopping it. He's showing the whole entire clip. Now, is it taken out of context? Maybe, maybe not, but it's a complete clip. So they really don't have any rules with completeness.
Right.
Now,
there were a couple
what happens in Massachusetts? What was that?
She said there were a couple that Hank really wanted in that judge didn't allow though, because they weren't complete. They were chopped up or something. They were too chopped up or something, or they weren't complete enough. Yeah, there were at least 2 or 3 more clips that Emily D. Baker said that Hank wanted in that judge said no to.
He has, I think, 18 more. He's got a shit ton more, and he's going to save them for rebuttal when we bring in the case of consciousness of guilt, and that scares the shit out of me. So we're going to see. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll watch the last little part of this, and then we'll move on.
Want to know exactly what's in your P.O. box without calling or getting in the car? Wouldn't it be great?
According to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times through the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4.
Let's do the math, Jen.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and looked across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But 2 seconds ago, she said she could only remember 2.
Well, didn't she have the papers to refresh her memory so she doesn't commit federal perjury?
You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door every time you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there, yes.
As a matter of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather conditions.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, a good view of the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth through the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No.
No loud voices?
No.
No foul language?
No.
You didn't hear a door slam?
No.
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
No.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
No.
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
No.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
No.
Or screams for help?
No.
moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
No.
As you looked at the SUV,
I'm at the last resort. I've lost a failing temporary that in my front.
the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door as a crow flies, right? It's not at an angle.
Right there. Correct.
Okay. You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes.
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
Yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were able to describe those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
Yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at least enough illumination based on your view. You could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left, yes.
And you detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks as being sort of like a wave, but where those tire tracks were, correct?
No, with this, yeah.
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left.
By the Jeep
If I'm
or by
looking at it
Ricky's
straight.
truck?
I'm sorry. Straight.
So if you're looking outside at the SUV, I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a second for perspective. If you're looking outside the door, when you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside, when you say to the left, you mean to the left of the SUV on the ground, that's where you saw the tire track?
Yes.
Like somebody might parallel park.
Oh.
Kind of a wave, yeah. I can't really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying
Some people
special
said it was
attention.
hay, so-
You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the roadway at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
But not the Jeep.
Yep. How was your peripheral vision missing the Jeep?
And the only
Ricky's
thing
truck?
between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
I guess you could categorize it as flat, yeah.
Can we
No,
take a
no
look?
hills and valleys.
Right. No peaks and ridges.
None of these. None of these. Minus the shirt.
So she's got peripheral vision for tire tracks in the road, but not for Higgins' Jeep and Ricky's truck.
Or a black
Or a,
blob.
or a black blob laying at the flagpole.
But I love it though. It's pitch black. It's snowing. It's blackout conditions, even though it's white.
Can you take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me if you recognize
You
it.
can see the tire tracks.
I do,
you can
yes.
see the
What do you
SUV,
recognize that as being?
Not anything else.
34 Fairview.
That's the same photograph with just a little modification on it that you saw a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be marked as identification.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I'm happy to read it as,
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right,
It's a chalk at this point.
okay.
may I publish?
Yes,
Thank you.
Exhibit H for identification.
May I approach?
yes.
Thank you.
No. Mr. Wall, can you make that? There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I do, yes.
Can you point it out for the jurors, please?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes,
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
Or that one, sorry.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home?
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather?
Right.
The shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ooh, look that down, Mr. Wall.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but
Yes,
that is my
Bert,
request.
she can't even agree that the
Is that
law
an
is
issue?
flat. She just can't answer his questions.
No, I wanted
It's
to.
insane. It's
Yeah,
not
that wasn't
normal.
as bad as it was the last couple days.
Right. No, I agree.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But it's still annoying and frustrating and bizarre.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
No,
He was not standing or sitting.
not that I saw.
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was he?
Not that I saw.
The second time you looked out and saw the SUV, now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV, correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
If your neck looks like this, you need to watch this video. When you sit at your desk or use your phone, your head protrudes forward.
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't taking in the surroundings, specifically looking for tire tracks, and saw the SUV standing, or sitting right in front of you, you saw that through your peripheral vision, you know the tire track.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV it was very dark.
I haven't asked you outlining yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
know the tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Something stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out. There they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
That second time you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
no.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct? Directly.
I was looking at the vehicle.
Directly toward the flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you?
No,
You saw those.
wasn't.
I did see those, yes.
And you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2", 216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but he was tall, yes.
All right. You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground, no.
correct? The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Yes.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle?
I did not, no.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No.
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so, the last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out the window, and I didn't see it.
I'm just asking you a direction, not whether or not you were searching. I know you didn't see that search party. That's not my question. My question is, were you looking toward the area where you last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.?
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks, right?
Correct. Yes.
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No.
You did not see him sitting on the lawn.
No.
And you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
No. No, I did not.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering, at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
All right. That was what I wanted to share with you guys. That to me it's just pretty huge because it was a constant amount of time from 12:27 a.m. until 12:45 a.m. that she was up and down looking at that car. And Matt, as you remember, testified as well that he was looking out the window at the car and saw the car move up. And Brian Albert Jr. was looking out the window. Julie Nagel was looking out the window for her brother. How in the world, in any universe, could all of these people be looking out the window and never see John O'Keefe get out of the car, stand by the car, walk towards the house, walk in the house? It's crazy, right? It's crazy. All right, Julie, I'm done with my portion. I needed to revisit Jen McCabe because I think her spying and her timeline is hugely important in what did or did not happen between 12:27 and 12:45. That's just my humble opinion. But let's dig back into the science for a little while, okay?
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Okay. Let me remove this from your view. There we go. All right. So where would you like to start?
Who wants to get aggravated? All right. So go to the private chat, the first one.
All right. And do you want me to, starting at the top?
Yep.
Okay.
It says, trial channel day 2.
Got it.
So this happened. So I had to think about when this happened because I was trying to figure out, because it seems like this happened years ago, but it wasn't. So this happened on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it all feels like years ago.
Yeah.
That's
so,
for sure.
So I mean, so we're gonna go over the rest of what Welcher said because I mean it really is incredible because this is the last witness that the Commonwealth has in their direct case, and they rested.
Mm-hmm.
So this is supposed to be like the big bang to theirs. Now again, they have a rebuttal case, and they can address stuff that comes up on the defense's witness list and their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But this is basically the crux, like the crux of their case. Like this is the meat and potatoes, and it came with this guy.
Right. Right.
So we talked about it on Wednesday, where, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I lost my mind, and more of that's probably going to happen. So, because it was infuriating, but it was important. Because I mean, like I said, this is the case, and this is what this guy came with. So, we talked about smoke and mirrors, and
I only laughed, Julie, not at you, but I just want to say Queen Alo said everyone was looking out the window. Well, not everyone, but several were. Yes, basically almost everyone. And then Bert says, we're going to watch a feature film.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kathy says, I think John would have walked up the driveway, not across the lawn. Yes, I agree with you too. He was as obsessed with staying off the lawn as he was with no shoes in the house. Yes, Kathy, great point. And I think because when Karen Reed first pulled up, she dropped him off. I think, let's just stay in a magical fairy world that Brian Higgins' Jeep was there. She would have pulled up behind Brian Higgins' Jeep to let John off. If it was really there, then she would have had to have pulled around it. So we know Higgins' Jeep probably wasn't there because Ricky and the kids pulled behind Karen Reed. There was nothing obstructing them from pulling behind her, and they witnessed that she moved her vehicle up. So she dropped John off. I think you're right. He walked up the driveway. He was obstructed from Ricky and the kids in the truck because he was behind the vehicles that were in the driveway of 34 Fairview. And I think he went in that door that was right. Maybe someone saw him and opened it for him, and he went right in that door, that side door. It's not really a side door because it's facing the front yard. I was calling it the second front door. the second front door, or he went in that garage door. Who knows for sure? But I don't think he went in that front door where the steps are, where the cement steps are. That's why the kids in the truck didn't see him jump out of the car, because they were coming down the street, and he would have been at that time probably right behind those parked vehicles. And then when they pulled up behind her, I think the lights irritated her, and that's why she moved up. That's just my opinion, why she would have moved up, because there's really no other reason. She sees a car trying to come up behind her. That's your instinct. I know me, I've had cars pull up behind me before, and I'm like, oh, let me move up. That's just, it's almost like courtesy, almost like, let me move up so they can come in behind me, or this must be somebody else coming to the party. Whatever her thought process was, she chose to move the vehicle up. She wasn't moving it up in preparation to gun it and go backwards and hit John. That's ludicrous to anyone to even think that, right? Makes zero sense. So, okay, great. Thanks to everybody. Hi. Shauna's in the house. Welcome, Shauna.
Hey, Shauna.
Yes, Bert says yes, driveway. Yep, I think he jogged right up the driveway. He didn't have a coat on. It was snowing. It was cold. I think Kathy's right on the money with that she dropped him off and he jogged right up the driveway. And he either went in that secondary front door that faces the street, or he went in that garage door that goes into the garage. He went into either one of those doors. That would be how I feel. I think you are all agreeing with me. So great. Now we'll just move right along, Julie. Sorry, I just wanted to get to the chat before we change subjects.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. It's all back. Right. You have the platform.
Well, okay. All right. Can you go to 9 minutes and 30 seconds?
I most certainly can.
All right. So this is the final like 20 minutes of direct from Hank.
9 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yep.
I'll get you as close as my little
all these
3 signs your car accident is worth major compensation. If you've been in a car accident recently, there are 3 critical signs that could indicate your
what's called complete momentum transfer, meaning the momentum from the car, because it's a glancing hit, doesn't completely transfer to the object being struck. For example, you can drive down the road at 100 miles an hour and clip the mirror of a parked car, and you'll break the mirror off, but you're not going to go from 100 to 0 instantaneously. You're just going to keep going because you don't have all that momentum transfer. So when you have glancing contacts, you can have much higher speeds without a lot of damage to the car, because you're only in momentary contact and it's a glancing type hit.
He says a whole bunch of stuff, but he's not saying a bunch.
To a car.
Right.
How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars, because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car.
Bert says, oh, Lord,
they're
it's
much more complicated
grandson.
because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, what did you want now?
Oh, so you can put this up to like 1.5, and then when Alexi gets on, that can actually go further to like 1.75, because they talk so slow. I am not good at listening to anything at 1.75. So I'll concede to 1.5. Really? Okay.
Nah, 1.75 is just too fast for me.
All right. Well,
I'm older than you, remember?
Okay. Well, all right. On Cross with Alessi, it's going to be a lot of like blather back and forth. So again,
we can just
kind of
fast forward. Yeah, we can just.
So we're just going to jump around and get the gist of some of the stuff, especially on Cross, because he's just entirely too much.
I agree.
But, okay, good.
And it's a glancing type hit.
You mentioned about potential damage to a car. How about potential damage to the pedestrian?
It's the same thing. So when you have a glancing hit to a pedestrian, this is referred to as a fender vault. In this case, they call it a fender. Fenders on the front of cars, because most pedestrian impacts involve the front of cars. In this case, it would be called a quarter panel vault, which means you're kind of vaulting off the corner of the car. Well, they're much more complicated because you don't have that common velocity that I referred to. So it's difficult to calculate the exact speeds at which the vehicle contacted without a whole bunch of information in that type of crash. If the impact had occurred in the center of the vehicle, and we knew where the point of impact was and the point of rest, we'd have a much better chance of determining how fast the vehicle is going. But when you have just a corner clipping and glancing, it makes it more difficult to determine, even when you have an area of impact, which is where the person was when they got hit, and a point of rest where they landed, makes it more difficult for glancing contacts because you have that side swipe problem where they don't obtain what's called common velocity.
And what are some of the other difficulties in attaining
I'm here, I'm
specificity
just
in a
gonna stretch
side
my
swipe or being
back.
hit by a quarter panel as opposed to a fender?
So for a pedestrian, correct?
Yes.
So pedestrian impacts and how you move post-impact are very sensitive to your exact body position. For example, whether your right foot is on the ground or off the ground, whether your left foot is on the ground, off the ground, whether you jump up in response to the crash. Simply raising and lowering your arm changes the amount of rotation that's going to happen.
Incorrect.
Post-impact motion of the person. So cadavers, crash dummies don't have any muscle reaction. So the motion of a crash dummy is just going to be like you're hitting a dead body, to where people will step, try and regain their balance if possible, will do additional activities that alters where they come to rest.
No.
In your studies
that is
of direct
incorrect,
pedestrian
what he
collisions
just
by
said.
front or back bumper as opposed to side swipe or clipping somebody, is there a similarity or difference in type of injuries that you see?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
So in direct centralized impacts, you tend to get much more severe injuries. Really what's occurring is you're getting that momentum transfer. So it's more, you're accelerating the person up to the vehicle. They can wrap onto the side in front of the vehicle at higher severities. Their head will hit the hood, head will hit the rear of the vehicle. So when you have that direct contact, there's actually more momentum transferred to the actual occupant. There's more applied force to the occupant as well.
Force, not momentum.
When you
he's
see
saying all
direct
this stuff
impacts,
to make it
is
sound
there
good.
ever the existence of lower body extremity injuries, broken bones in the legs?
So there can be both, depending, and again, it's very sensitive to where the foot is on the ground, whether the foot's on the ground, as well as the severity of the crash. In the presentation that I gave at the Accident Reconstruction Clinical Safety Institute on pedestrian injuries, I went through all the literature on lower extremity injuries and looked at what parameters affected that. And so depending on how it was loaded, some at 15 miles an hour had no injuries. Some at 15 miles an hour had some fractures. It depended on how exactly the foot was loaded.
Is it uncommon in sideswipe pedestrian accidents to see no lower body broken bone?
No, it's not uncommon.
Have you had cases that you've studied or been involved with where you've studied the effect of a sideswipe
All right,
or a
so this,
clipping
they're
impact
gonna show
where there's
what
an
they
absence of
showed
broken
in
bones in the
court,
lower body
which is,
extremities?
Yes.
An accident with somebody who
I'd
passed
ask you to
away.
turn
So if
to
anybody's sensitive,
Slide 139,
Oh,
please.
yes, let's
turn
do
away for a
a,
little bit.
hang on, let me just do a trigger alert here. Yeah, we'll just, so there, little trigger alert here. It's nothing terrible, but it's about someone else who actually did pass away and talking about their injuries. So if you're sensitive to that, just mute us for, it's not long, is it, Julie?
No, nope.
Yeah, it's pretty short.
We're just going to talk about it for a little bit because, and again, I don't know why he chose this. Again,
I don't either.
I mean, he threw a lot of stuff in here. Like with this one, he keeps talking about rotation. Talks about
Right.
rotation and clipping because that's what he showed in his quote unquote experiment. That wasn't an experiment where
Right.
it showed him walking up and bending his forearm and then kind of ducking away. Like, oh, well, if you see that you're ready, that's why crash tests and blobs and stuff like that. It's basically like hitting like a dead object because you're not going to tense. Well, that might be true at half a mile an hour, but at 20 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, you don't tense. You don't have a chance
Right.
to. If you're inside of a vehicle and you see a car is going to hit you, you have a chance to brace. Not if you're a pedestrian. So I don't know
Right.
what he's talking about, in my opinion. But okay, good.
Okay.
Instant relief for snorers in
Snores,
2025.
instant
Hey,
relief.
stop using stupid nose things for snoring.
Oh, sorry. I fixed those other two slides.
Okay. Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top. But this was an instance where we had.
This is a side swipe. Look
this
at
is
the
a
fender of the
image from
car,
police
the
report.
right fender on front,
Um,
right above the tire. See all that damage?
So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact. That's where the pedestrian was when they got hit. AOR is area of rest. And you can see we have information on exactly how far the pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing
one second,
the
sorry.
impact to the pedestrian.
Now look at the
This
look
was
at the
determined
headlight on
by
the right.
experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour
25
impact.
to 35 miles an
And then
hour.
what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
All right, the next
Next
one is
slide,
going to show the scene.
And what does this
All
represent?
right, can you pause
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. who was
Trigger
killed,
alert, trigger
at the
alert.
scene. What you
Can
see
you pause it?
on the left-hand image, oops,
Yeah,
I'm
on the
really
left-hand
surprised they let him show that.
yes, he had
Yeah,
a
can you pause this?
massive laceration to his right forearm, but
Can you pause?
it didn't break his arm.
Yep. It
There was
takes
no
me a
broken bones in
second
his
to get
arm.
to it. Yeah.
No worries. Yep. Okay. All right. So why he brought this in? So he kept saying there's a side swipe, a clip, side swipe, side swipe. Now, JFK brought this up a couple days ago. He's another content creator. He kept saying, she said the word clip in one of her interviews, saying, well, what if I clipped him or tagged him in the knee or something? And he kept saying, you need to address this because Hank's going to bring this up. He's going to bring this up. He's going to bring this up. And then what does this guy come up with? He keeps saying, well, side swipe and clip. So he was basically looking at all of this saying, well, you can't really calculate what happens on a clip if you get side swipe, meaning that if you're here and a car comes by this way, you're not exactly sure like how much of you get clips. Well, you do if there's something called empirical. Empirical means that you're doing that in a lab. You do that with chemistry, physics, mathematics, where you look at what is expected, meaning that if you're in a lab at a bench or just in a perfect world, what happens when you take this reaction or this molecule and you put it in this molecule and you have a reaction with transfers of energy, what is expected? Okay, now what happens in real world scenarios with different types of weather conditions, friction, whatever the case may be. But at least you have some type of layout where you have this person is standing here, they weigh this amount, the amount of potential energy is right here, the car is coming at potentially this speed, and depending on the angle and travel, you're going to expect this type of condition. He did none of that. He basically said, clip. And here's something that I worked on that's completely unrelated. Now, if you saw the picture prior, if you saw the fender right in front of the right side, the fender was all caved in right above the wheel. It's all pushed in, all damaged. And the headlight, which again is made of polycarbonate, that's impact resistant, meaning that they're made to hit another car, wasn't damaged, but the fender, which is metal, was all damaged, and the roof was damaged. Now look at this guy's body. This guy was again hit between 25 and 35 miles an hour. This guy assumes, okay, this person who's in the picture right now. This person passed away, unfortunately. But if you look at this person's arm, which is what you see here, it looks like there's something underneath this person's arm, but their arm is all chewed up and it's basically almost ripped off, which is what you would expect in empirical data. You would not rotate and get out of the way because you could see the cars coming. No, you're going to look and go, oh shit, a car. Even if your thought process gets that far, you're going to go, oh shit, a car, and you're going to get hit, and it's basically going to rip your arm off or it's going to severely damage it to the point that's holding on.
If anything, he's proving that it couldn't have happened. This didn't happen, John O'Keefe, because look at all the injuries. The list of injuries on this poor man is horrendous.
So that's on his arm. And again, he did this because, oh, look at all the damage on his arm, where basically his arm was ripped off and there's blood. And again, there's looks like there's a shirt underneath him. That's not all blood, but there's a lot of blood. But if you look at his chest right around here, you see that there's bruising, and this bruising looks like on his stomach, which means that I'm guessing that, again, what would happen with Karen's
well, he has fractured ribs.
Well, no, but that's a bruise right on like his nip area and his stomach area, and lacerations on his side. But what would happen in something like this if you were standing and like waving at someone and a car just came by out of control and sideswiped you? What would happen is your arm is going to pull, and it's either going to rip off completely, or it's going to pull, and whatever's attached is going to suck you into the side of the car. And that's what happened. This guy got hit from the front. If you look at the front of the car, right by the fender, this guy got sucked into the front, and that's why there's so much damage by the front fender. It's all pushed in and damaged. Do you see any of that on Karen's car?
What people in the 1950s did to stay skinny.
Cereal. No human being had a bowl of dry breakfast.
I didn't mean to
cereal
hit that. I was
prior
just trying to go back and find where you need to be.
Oh yeah,
I went ahead to take us off.
You're good. The body. Do you see any type of calculation that he did? Like, well, this is expected. And again, he's going to talk about the scientific method a little bit, and again, we're going to jump around. But this is basically the crux of this.
For some reason, I lost where it was.
Yeah, there you go.
There.
All right, that's good. Play it there. That's good.
Okay, thank you, dear.
The lower body extremities.
Yes.
I'd ask you to turn to slide 139, please.
Yeah. So, and also they design these cars nowadays so that they're all sloped in front. That's why they all look the same, where they're angled and they're sloped, so that when you hit at the leg, and then you fall down on your body. So that
Could you share with the jury what this represents?
Sure. So this was a trial that I was involved with in downtown Los Angeles. I've redacted the name at the top. This was an instance where we had
screwed up liver, you're going to be dead.
Image from the police report.
Look at all that. Look at all that damage. Do you see anything like that on Karen's car aside from the taillight? No.
So AOI in this diagram stands for area of impact.
Hey, Kim,
That's
good
where the
evening.
pedestrian was when they got hit.
And also,
AOR
look at
is
this.
area
This
of
guy
rest.
was launched
And you can see we
about
have information
4
on exactly
feet.
how far.
It's hard to hear you, Julie, when they're
Oh,
talking.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Their
I'm sorry.
voices are so loud that we have a hard. So, I mean, we want to hear your opinion. That's why I want to pause it when you have things to say, because it's hard to hear you over them.
I get excited.
I know
Yeah,
you
this
do,
guy-
but that's why I want to pause it, because you say a lot of great things, because this is your area of expertise. And I'm hi, Kim. Welcome. You came at a gory
Yeah,
time.
it's a good time.
You picked a good time, the gory time, but Kim's in the medical field, so she's probably can handle it better than a lot of us can. All right, so go ahead and say what you were saying about this.
Okay, all right, yeah. So, so I just read this, and I thought I remember this from the other day. I thought that said he got thrown about 4 feet. He got thrown 38 feet, almost 40 feet, which makes sense if you're going again on average like 25 to 35 miles an hour. I think he said 25 to 45. There, he's not exactly sure because he didn't do calculations, try to figure everything out. But he got thrown 40 feet. Because I don't know if anybody's ever been on the road with deer cross, and unfortunately, if you hit them, they just launch because you're going so fast, and you have so much potential energy and force that's coming from a 6,500-pound car, or even a small one, 4,500-pound car, going 30 miles an hour. That's a lot of force. It doesn't seem that fast when you're driving inside, but that's a lot of force. And you come in contact with something that weighs 150 pounds, you're going to launch it into outer space. You want to talk about launching in outer space? Oh God, what he said the other day. But you want to talk about being launched? That's basically what's going to happen. You're going to launch and you're going to fall. And I mean, the brunt of it was from the car, but I'm sure a lot of it was from falling. I think that person was 6 feet tall, but falling, 72 inches to the ground. And depending on what he crashed into, if he crashed to a wall or whatever it was, he's going to do some damage. But the most damage is going to be from that car, which is why his arm is basically ripped off.
Right. Right.
So yeah, so he's basically proving the point. But what he's saying is that he worked on this himself, where he was hired by whoever it was who hired insurance company or whatever, basically saying like, hey, what happened here? And he was like, oh, this guy died. The end. And so he did all the measurements, he did all the stuff because he's the best, he's the smartest person ever. And he found that this person got quote unquote clipped. And you could tell who got clipped because there's not damage in the front of the car, right in the middle, there's damage on the sides. So you could say, yep, this person got clipped. Now, was this person standing still? He doesn't know. Was this person standing this way? He doesn't know. He just knows that this person ended up over here. They used to be over there, and now they're gone. So,
and it's just such a bizarre example because the damage to his body is so much more severe than John's, and he was thrown further than John, and it's not even comparable. It's like he's showing us something that's not comparable. This just really blew my mind.
Thank
you.
Yeah, this part right here literally shows that Officer John O'Keefe was not. I mean, he's basically saying that's why he keeps saying rotation. He's saying like, oh, well, if you get hit, like the example that he did, you're going to rotate sideways because rotate. He needs Officer John O'Keefe to rotate it so that he could basically fall where that where he was found, as opposed to being launched to Stoughton.
Right, exactly, Bert. No two accidents are like they're not. They're different because it.
Yeah, but they're pretty close though. Like like within like a degree of like it's not like you're gonna get two people standing in the same spot and one goes left and one goes right. You're gonna find a lot of similarities, so you could find patterns. But that's the research. I don't know what this guy's doing.
Yeah,
he's doing too much of the wrong stuff. But okay, go ahead. We'll play a little bit more of this and we'll skip ahead.
The pedestrian was thrown. Then on the right-hand side, we have photographs showing the impact to the pedestrian. This was determined by experts on both sides of this case to be between a 25 to 35 mile an hour impact. And then what you see is a close-up on the bottom slide of where there was DNA transfers, hair and tissue samples on the vehicle from the individual that was hit by the vehicle.
Next slide, please. And what does this represent?
So this is the decedent in the case, the person that was hit. He was killed at the scene. What you see on the left-hand image, on the left-hand image,
and look at his arm.
Yes, he had a massive laceration to his right forearm, but it didn't break his arm. There was no broken bones in his arm. On the right-hand side of this image, you see the autopsy report.
I mean,
what you'll notice is
you gotta be kidding me, dude. His arm is completely obliterated, but there were no broken bones.
And again, this individual was hit between 25 to 35 miles an hour.
His arm is
yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep, no, my pleasure. Thank you. So at the top, he had a severe brain injury, which again is the most common injury in pedestrian crashes. He did have fractures of the right 11th and 12th rib. and a liver
Only
laceration.
12% of
If you
them
look
are
at the
fatal.
extremities, it says right upper extremity. Again, that's from the shoulder to the end of the hand. Extremity
Yes,
wound with
we
vascular
know.
injury. So no fractures. If you look where I was talking about the multiple abrasions, so when they're looking at the lower extremities, they're noting a number of red marks, but there was notably no fractures to the lower
That
extremities.
was the whole point
Thank you.
of
Take
why
that down,
he
please.
did this.
Liver
fastest growing
laceration,
scam
look at all
of
the damage.
2025 is
All the
spreading
damage
like
right
wildfire
side.
and
Look at
wiping
that
out bank
stuff.
accounts
None
in
of that
seconds.
happened, Officer John O'Keefe.
Dr. Welch, regarding your analysis of the data and the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the absence of lower body breaks to Mr. O'Keefe
Okay, all right, you can fast
is
forward to
consistent
25
with
minutes
the defendant's?
or close to it. Yeah, approximately somewhere around there.
I look at it from all sides, consider all possibilities.
So it is therefore important to
this-
try to
this
review
is
the
gonna
data
drive me
as objectively as possible. You had mentioned sometimes subjectivity comes in, but I understand the goal is to try to look at it as objectively as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, you stated with respect to your conclusions early on in your direct testimony and your analysis that you don't, and I think I've got it quoted, you don't have a dog in the fight. Is that what you said, sir?
I did.
And that you, quote,
Sure.
don't care, end quote, about the outcome. That's what you made a point of saying in the beginning,
That is
correct?
100% correct.
Now, you simply follow the data. Is that correct?
I try to do that.
You try to do that.
I'm not perfect. No, I do my best. I believe I've done it here.
Okay, so in terms of you've agreed that you apply the scientific method, so I want to see if you're
Yes,
in
let's
agreement
talk about the
generally so the
scientific
jury can
method.
understand what the scientific method is. Are you familiar with NIST, National Institute?
Yes.
Yeah, so would you agree with this definition of the scientific method? The systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. Is that a general fair statement of the scientific method?
So for forensics, you'd have to add in the testimonial evidence aspect of it. So those are testimonial are things that are in evidence. So frequently there's one or two versions, and you're trying to match which version is most consistent with the evidence.
Okay, adding that to what I stated
Hang on.
relative to
Can you
NIST,
pause it for
you
a
would
second?
agree that evaluation
Oh, yeah.
and testing
Sorry, I
of
didn't hear you.
hypotheses and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis.
I need a second. I need a second.
Okay.
Oh my God, I heard that and I thought my brain was going to explode. He basically said, okay, so Bob Alessi, and again, God bless him, he's a scientist. He comes from, this type of background. He is trying to basically say, when you do an experiment and you are, coming to a conclusion, you want to come to a conclusion about some type of observation that you might speculate about or think about, or say like, hey, I saw this, or like, what happens if this happens? Like, what happens if I use a leaf blower in the snow? What happens there? He is saying that you have hypothesis. Now, what is the hypothesis? Hypothesis is an educated guess and saying like, well, I see a leaf blower in the snow. What I think is going to happen is I'm going to turn the leaf blower on and it's going to blow the shit out of everything. And that's what your hypothesis is, saying that I'm going to turn the leaf blower on and it's going to blow the shit out of the snow, and that's what's going to happen. And then you do some research and say like, oh, well, leaf blowers are made to be used in springtime, not in the snow, not a very innovative idea by any means, stretching the imagination. And then you test it, then you observe, and then you look and say, why, these are the results that I got by the observations. What do I do with them? What does it mean? Is it what my hypothesis was? What supports this? Could it be something else? What caused this? What he is saying is, nah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with what I think happened, which is she did it. And I'm just going to do a whole bunch of stuff. And then I'm going to listen to her testimony because that's what you do in forensics. No, absolutely not. Anything that anybody says, you need to weigh how it comes in. You need to look at what the, again, data from previous studies does, what observations do, what literature says, what your own brain says, what you've seen, and then you put it in a test. You design an experiment with, set the parameters or whatever it is, and then you go through it, and then you observe and go, okay, let's take a look at what we have. Let's process it and kind of go through this. And almost none of the places that this guy talked about did he do any of this, and that's what Bob Alessi is going to talk about. So we'll just play this for a little bit, and then we'll fast forward a little bit because I want to talk about the hypothesis testing, because this guy's talking about null hypotheses. He's like, he knows what he's talking about. It's going to drive me crazy. So, all right, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, Bert's.
Oh, absolutely, Shauna. 100%.
Yeah, Bert brought up the 1979 stats, and then Shauna, exactly, Julie. He was biased coming in. Yeah, for sure. Okay, back at it we go.
Is the scientific method, correct?
Generally, yes.
Is it correct that a proper biomechanical injury analysis utilizes a sound scientific methodology that's been subjected to peer reviewed and a publication that's been generally accepted in the engineering community?
Well, I can't. So this, I've done my analysis here, biomechanical analysis. I can't submit this analysis to peer review. I'm not allowed to give this to people outside the court. So there would be no way for me to submit my analysis for peer review. So this occurs forensics all the time. The forensic analysis in court generally never goes under a peer review process. The methodologies underneath it, and looking at, like, for example, I think I referenced 25 papers in my report. That goes to the issue of trying to follow the science. 26.
So I think you may have misunderstood my question, sir. I was talking about your methodology, your biomechanical injury methodology. The methodology that you use and apply is to be subject to peer review and general acceptance in the engineering community. Is that correct?
So I have no way of publishing this analysis.
I'm
So
sorry,
to
sir,
get peer, I need to,
Okay.
you're asked peer review, like you said, means I give it to my peers. I send it out to somebody to review.
All right. All right. Does anybody know what's happening here? Any guesses?
You mean, oh, you mean Alan? You mean Leslie's trying to show that this was that this testing he did, that this whole shenanigans he did had nobody like overseeing it or peer reviewing it? You mean?
No.
Oh.
So that's much later. What he's just trying to say. So what Bob Alessi is saying, hey, what is your methodology that you use? Now, methodology is basically just your process. What are the methods that you use? There's a singular method, and then there's your methodology, which is I use this process, this process, this process. I carried it out, and that was my methodology for this experiment,
right?
For the leaf blower test or whatever the case may be. And he's basically saying, can you tell me what your methodology was? Because it's not written down. What this jerk is saying is, I'm the smartest person ever, and I did so much research, and I took all the pictures. And by the way, I use lasers. I don't know if you know that because I'm kind of a big deal, but I use lasers, and I would love to publish this, but unfortunately, with forensics, I have to not publish it. But so many people would want me to publish this because I am the most special. And what Bob Alessi is saying is, that's not at all what I'm asking you. Just tell me what the Christ you used as your methodology for going through this experiment, because it's not written down anywhere. And this asshole's like, yes, thank you. I am the best. I'd like to tell you all about it. So they argue about this for a long time. And that's basically like how the cross went. All right. Can you go to 34 minutes?
Yep.
Like we're going to jump around because they do this for an awful lot.
Oh yeah. They were getting on each other's nerves big time. Where'd you say to go, Julie?
About 34 minutes. Yeah, that's close enough.
It's how did this happen, correct? And don't you ask that question to come up with hypotheses?
I generally have many working hypotheses as I'm working on the case. And then as the evidence comes in, I'm applying that to my hypotheses and either accepting or rejecting the hypotheses based upon the factual information.
Oh, yeah.
Sir, how then is it just a matter of logic or syllogism? If you're going to ask the question, how did this happen until the end? How do you then not get your hypotheses up front when under the scientific method?
Exactly.
Thank you, Bob Alessi.
How is it that you ask, or how did it happen in the end? And not go through hypotheses?
Yes, Shauna. Yes, we do.
Sure, I guess I misunderstood. Like I was trying to give you an answer to how it happened.
Yes,
so
I was trying to tell you how
it happened, or you want to be able to answer that question. You want to make sure you looked at the totality of the data, accepted, rejected things as they came along, to be able to answer that final question: how did it happen? But along the way, like for example, a right eye laceration. Right. You want to know how that happened, so you look for the evidence of how that may have happened.
So you would agree then that questions of how it happened, formulating and identifying hypotheses.
Germans have figured out a way to increase water pressure by 15 times without using any energy.
Does and can happen toward the beginning of the analysis. It doesn't happen at the end all the time. Would you agree with that?
So the ultimate question of how did it happen happens at the end. The questions about the elements of what occurred to make it happen, those occur at the beginning, middle, all along the way.
You would agree that creating hypotheses occurs more toward the beginning than toward the end of the analysis. Is that correct?
There are probably more hypotheses in the beginning, but I'm continually forming, looking at hypotheses, either accepting or rejecting them upon the evidence.
So you would agree that the creation of hypotheses does occur more toward the beginning of the analysis. You would agree with that?
There are more towards the beginning. The process occurs throughout the whole investigation.
I'm asking about the hypotheses, sir. You would agree that the hypotheses occur more toward the beginning than the end, just the hypotheses.
So I don't know if you and I are saying different things. More hypotheses in the beginning because you have more questions in the beginning. You continue to form hypotheses as the data presents itself. So you don't stop the formation of hypotheses. It's just as you get more evidence, you window down the number of questions.
Maybe I can just this last question make it clear for you, sir. You would agree, not analysis, which you added, as I heard it for the last part, just hypotheses. You would agree that even though hypotheses can be created and changed perhaps all the way up to the end, you would agree that it's important in the analysis to create at least some hypotheses, plural, in the beginning, correct?
Yes.
And once you create these hypotheses, would you agree that those hypotheses should be tested?
If you take the word testing to mean testing compared to testimony, compared to physical evidence, yes.
And when you test those hypotheses, isn't it often the case that particularly in your line of work, the one that most consistently produces the same injury will emerge as the mechanism of injury?
Correct.
I guess it depends on the scientific evidence behind it.
No!
Again, sometimes we get very unique injuries.
Maybe
So
you
my
need to shove a
question,
rocket up
sir,
your
is
ass.
this.
How about that?
Isn't it the case that when you have multiple hypotheses, the one that most, out of all of them, it's a relative thing, the one that
taking
most
notes?
consistently
What is this guy
produces
doing?
the same injury emerges as the mechanism of injury? Is that a fair statement?
I think generally, again, it's on a case-by-case basis. You have to look at the science and the facts of what you're basing it upon. I think as a general premise, what you're saying is accurate.
Okay,
but there's exceptions.
Fair enough. But as a general principle, with some exceptions, that's a fair statement, correct?
Okay, all right, enough of this.
We're going
Okay,
to
so
have
they
several
argue
topics,
about
sir, and what I'm going to try to
they
do
argue
to make it a
about
little clear is I'm going to say when I'm switching topics.
contracts,
So
and they argue about
what I'd like to do now is
scheduling
switch topics.
and a whole bunch of other shit
You're
that they
aware
have
that the
no idea
Massachusetts
they don't
State
even argue
Police
about.
has troopers.
All right, Kat, can you go to an hour and 28 minutes? Yeah, so they talk about payment. He got paid a shit ton of money, and he supposedly didn't have a dog in the fight, allegedly. But and then they talk about contracts. Then they talk about who did stuff. Then he says, "Oh, I'm going to sell the car and make a profit. You don't worry about it."
All right.
Your Honor. So I'm going to use the acronym VCH that you've used on your, do you recall using the acronym VCH on your direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And VCH stands for Vehicle Control History, correct?
Correct.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd of 2024, correct?
In addition to the PCS data.
You viewed the vehicle control history on September 23rd, 2024, yes?
That is yes.
You took photographs of the vehicle control history, including key cycle 1167?
Correct.
And in this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events.
Actually, can you zoom in on the key cycle?
Oh, sure.
Because I think when I got to, no, scroll. So when I got to it, you can see it was at key cycle 1264. The blue highlight was the last file that was written on key cycle 1167.
Right.
So to answer your question, I got it at 1264.
So if we can go back so we can see the 4 text stream events, I just want to reestablish the foundation here.
They had 100.
In this screenshot, we can see 4 text stream events that are associated with key cycle 1167, correct?
Correct.
But isn't it true, Dr. Welcher, that there were actually 10 text stream events associated with just that one key cycle
Can you go?
1167?
Can you fast forward a little bit?
I gave you the original ones.
Right.
An hour
So
28.
you were-
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Hour 28?
Yes, please. Yeah, or close to it. Hour 28, hour 30, something like that.
Okay. There you go.
Did you know that women are generating recurring royalties from romance novels they didn't even write themselves? If you've ever...
Your Honor, I have no issue if he refers to the page of his report.
Do you have a paper copy or do you need
I did. If you, sir, could turn to page 9 of your report. And on page 9, you state, as a biomechanical engineer, I have no opinion on any aspect of, and I think you're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's, medical treatment or medical diagnoses. I have conducted an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering analysis of this matter. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
In that statement, I assume, given you wrote it, is a fair representation of your professional role in this case?
Yes.
And you go on to add on page 9, my biomechanical engineering analysis is determining the effects of physical forces on the human anatomy. Did I read that correct?
You did.
And on your direct examination, is it correct that you stated, as a civil engineer, you made an analogy. You assess the cables and beams of a bridge as you would assess the cables and beams of a bridge. You assess the human anatomy. You made that analogy, correct?
The analogy that bones are my bridge elements, cables are muscles and ligaments.
Right. And you stated that it's the job of a biomechanical engineer to quantify the force acting upon a person to determine the cause of their injuries, correct?
That is part of what we do.
It's part of, but it is therefore something that a biomechanical engineer does, right?
Given sufficient data, yes.
So, do you know what a force calculation is, sir, when I refer to that term?
Here we go.
I believe so.
What do you believe it to be?
Well, force is usually a physical measurement, but you can also use Newton's second law, which is force equals mass times acceleration.
That's right, exactly what I want to get. Newton's second law is, and sometimes referred to as the
Look, and
second
he
law
keeps
of
touching
motion.
stuff.
In the second law, it is force equals mass times acceleration, correct?
Correct.
And just sort of like simple algebra, sometimes you have one or more of those, but I'm focusing on when you're trying to determine, sort of you're pulling something out.
Calculator. I thought you were asking numbers, do calculations.
All right, we're going to do that, we need to do it with the court's permission.
All right.
If you feel you need to do that, just let me know.
Just leave it right
All right.
So I just want to get the principles down first. So Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration, and force is oftentimes what you're trying to calculate in a force calculation, right?
Calculate or measure, yes.
Yeah. And Newton's first law is the law of generally inertia. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. Object in motion tends to stay in motion. We're not talking about that in force. We're talking about Newton's just second law, right?
You asked me two questions. Newton's first law is generally, as you said, it could be at rest or at constant velocity, but yes.
And that Newton's second law is generally just a mathematical calculation, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
So what I'd like to do is to turn to page 11 of your report. And on page 11, you discuss the force calculation in conjunction with the part of your report where you discuss your experiment where you dropped a test dummy backwards, correct?
Correct.
You determined that a fall of 69 inches, at that fall, Mr. O'Keefe's head would have accelerated with 458 Gs of force.
That's what we actually measured.
Right. And can you tell the jury what is meant by Gs?
So G's is a measure of acceleration. If you use the acceleration measured in feet per second squared, if you divide it by 1 G, which is 32.174 feet per second squared, that gives it to you in G's. People often heard about fighter pilots losing consciousness at 6 or 7 G's. That's because your blood's getting sucked away from your head, not because you're being impacted. But G forces, or G's as they're more properly called, is a measure of the acceleration. It's just whatever the acceleration is divided by what we all feel when we're standing here, which is 1 G of gravity.
And you estimated Mr. O'Keefe's head weight of approximately 15.7 pounds. You used a percentage. Is 15.7 about right for the mass of the head? So if we apply Newton's second law, we keep F force open as the unknown. We take and apply the mass, which is 15.7, multiply it by the acceleration. You end up with a force acting upon Mr. O'Keefe's head of 7,200 pounds. Do I have that right? That's right out of your report.
Yep.
So that math is all correct. Falling backwards onto a hard surface from his standing height will give you approximately 7,200 pounds of force.
And that 7,200 pounds is the previous unknown F in the Newton's second law equation, correct?
Correct.
So now we have an answer for F, 7,200 pounds. Now you then go on to note that the applicable scientific literature states that a fracture to the occipital bone, and just to review, the occipital bone is the back of the head right here, right?
The occipital bone.
So
Yep.
you then, as I understand, you go to scientific literature, and you concluded that a fracture to the occipital bone can occur with an average force of 1,634 pounds from a fall distance of 40 inches, correct? I'm sorry. 4040? That's in your report?
Well, you mixed two things together. There was stuff that reported force data. You had those numbers correct. A range of between 1,150 and 2,150, a mean of 1,634 pounds. And then it says, and a drop distance as low as 40 inches.
Right. And is the number 634 pounds a proper number for an average force?
Did you say 1,634 pounds?
1,634.
Yes.
What? So he's coming back.
What I want to do is see if this is correct. So if you can get a fracture of the occipital bone in an average.
We hate to break this to you, Bert, but he's coming back on the rebuttal. I'm pretty sure, right, Julie?
Yeah. He is for sure coming back. He's going to get another bite at the apple, and he's going to get a chance to fix some of the things, and he's going to take a look at what Arca did, and he's going to say, well, Arca did this, but because I took all the pictures and did all the things, this is wrong, and here's why. And he's going to do his little smoke and mirrors. That's what I'm guessing. That's what's going to happen.
So, Shauna, you guys are funny tonight. You guys are Friday night punchy tonight in the chat.
Well, I mean, this guy is a dickhead.
Oh, he is. He's just, oh shit. Bert says, oh shit, that's right.
Yep.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, all right. So what happened here with the little section? And again, thank you to the trial channel because she has everything labeled, she takes everything out and
Yeah.
has it organized nice. So I very much appreciate that. So it says, so right at the beginning where it says biomechanics and physics. So, right at the beginning of this, when we started talking about that, I talked about empirical data, which is what you would expect to happen.
Whoa,
Given,
whoa,
you know,
breaking news, Julie. Hang on, breaking news. Queen Olive has something for you. She says, at Social Change Warriors, and Julie, I'm sure she means, I just read a post on X from Brandy Churchwell, who is working on the next podcast episode, that says Judd's junk science has caused at least one mistrial. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. He works on behalf of insurance companies, which is
I heard that.
That's why in the case that he brought up with the car and the person who was dead, that's why he said that he was one of the parties who worked and collected data. So he's basically working and saying like, yeah, it was this guy's fault. He basically threw himself into traffic, and whatever happens, happens. Like, what do you expect? Like, again, I'm not sure if that's exactly what he said, but I'm guessing based on like what they do. But yeah, these guys work for insurance companies, and they're like, yeah, this didn't happen. But yeah, so like that's basically what this is. This is just smoke and mirrors. Like he's using all the big words, like he said, momentum and force and this and that. But so right at the beginning of this, we're talking about empirical data, which is what happens if you're at the lab bench, meaning like what happens if you're in perfect world conditions where you don't lose any type of energy transfer, if you get 100% of chemical reactions where you don't lose anything to friction or force or heat loss or anything. What are you expecting versus what happens in reality? Now, in this guy's presentation, and they put the presentation on, I'll put the link in the chat because it's very interesting to see how many pictures of him taking measurements of stuff that doesn't matter, which is with his crotch in the way, are in his slide presentation. I counted at least, I think, 5. So, not one slide in this, and he addresses this later. He says, well, I did all the stuff and I did all the calculations, but I didn't want to make my presentation so long as to not bring it into trial because a lot of the stuff is boring and you guys didn't want to sit through 400-page presentation. So I didn't do any of these calculations, but I totally did them. I didn't show them in my report, but I totally did them. So what Bob Alessi is doing now is saying, you said that you measure with Newton's second law, which is force times the force that's generated is mass times the acceleration, either if you have some type of thrust on you, or the acceleration due to gravity, which is gravitational force. Which again, he was going into G's. He could just say it's the atmospheric force that holds you to the ground. That's why you don't float away. And his stupid thing about rocket ships and rocket Lexuses, like that was just idiotic. He's just trying to impress the jury, I guess, or trying to sleep with somebody. I don't know what he's trying to do, but that's what it seems like to me. And so what Bob Alessi's doing is saying like, hey, you don't have any empirical calculations. How about we talk about empirical calculations? You said that if somebody were to fall from 69 inches and the head weighs 15 pounds, what is the acceleration and force that would that's 32 point whatever he said. I use 9.8 meters per second squared because that's what you're supposed to use in physics and in chemistry and stuff like that, metric. What is the force that is generated from that fall on the skull? And empirically, what would happen based on research that was done? What force is needed to crack the occipital bone, or the occiput boner, as this guy calls? Now, in December, I did calculations to try to figure out how much force would generate if you were to fall from, again, I thought, again, I read that Officer John O'Keefe was 6'2", 74 inches, what that force would be. And I did empirically. And when I was trying to find like what would be close, I found coconuts. It was like, well, I'm pretty sure the coconut would just fall down, crack, and that would be the end of it. Well, we'll see what happens when we talk about those. But I did empirical to show like, okay, well, what would happen? Let's look at the research and let's do, lab tension empirical data. This guy did, as far as I can see, none of that. And that's what Bob Alessi's doing. He's dog walking them. Now, from a science point of view, this is beautiful. From a juror's point of view, I don't know if they're going to get this, but he's basically walking them through, and that's why he makes them do the calculation. And he's basically saying like, where's the hypothesis? Where's the empirical data? What's basically showing, saying like, yeah, this totally would have happened. Well, what's that based off of? That's based off of, and that's why he keeps saying like, well, I have the crash test dummy and I measured the amount of G's on the crash test dummy. Okay, well, would that be enough to crack a skull? And then he gets into all the cracks, and they talk about the arm breaking and the hand breaking, which just a big cluster. So we can watch this for a little bit and then we'll fast forward through a little bit. But that's basically what he's doing here. He's like, if you're supposed to be the Reconstructionist and you're supposed to be the great and powerful best experimenter ever, where are these calculations? Where is the data? How come we don't see any of this? So that's what Bob Alessi's doing. Let me see. Oh, please. He already started with Jen attitude. I mean, it's worse. It's going to get worse as excuse me, the cross goes on. I mean, it's insufferable. That's why I keep skipping around all over the place. I don't know where we are in the video, but yeah, the calculation force. Where's this one? Height from. Oh, right. Yeah. And then he starts talking about measurements in the car, saying like, well, is it possible? Like, okay, was it possible to crack your skull from a fall? Okay. Well, is it possible to crack your skull by being hit by a car? How does it align? And that's what he talked about. Yes. What was it? Yesterday, where he started talking about the lift and stuff like that. That was interesting because that's a point that he didn't even consider. And he was like, nah, it doesn't even matter. You know, she did it. The end. So, okay. All right. You can hit play.
Force of 634 pounds.
No. 1,634.
I thought that's what I said.
Yeah, that's what he
Oh, I'm
said.
sorry. I just heard 634.
No, 1,634.
My apologies.
And you compare that to the 7,200 pounds of force that you calculated. Surely you're going to have a fracture of the occipital bones through that calculation in that comparison, correct?
Correct. Falling on a hard surface can definitely fracture your skull.
So I'm not getting at the manner. I'm just applying the Newton's second law. Newton's second law doesn't look at manner, does it? It just looks at force equals mass times acceleration. Newton's second law doesn't look at the surface, does it?
So
No.
it's a function of the surface. The A value is a
No,
function
it
of the
is
surface.
not. Acceleration is
You're
nothing to
saying
do with the body.
acceleration depends upon the surface?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
No,
The impact
no,
of
it doesn't.
Now, let's go to the study you cited. Injuries to pedestrians in real accidents in their relation to collision and car characteristics. That's in your report, correct?
What reference number?
Look at his face change.
May I want to grab the report?
Pinhead.
It's in your report, so if you can find that, do it in parallel with it.
Is it number 25?
That's what I think it is. I'm just going to check your report.
Would you like me to actually pull up the paper?
No.
Okay.
Just want to get to the. That's it. Number 25. We're talking about the same one. Now, isn't it true that this study states that head injuries are the most common injury type for motor vehicle collisions, constituting more than 61% of all injuries sustained from motor vehicle collisions?
Can the witness see the document being referred
Do you have your report in front of you?
I have my report, but reference 25 is not in the section he's referring to.
Why don't you show it to me?
Actually, it's
I do not
25,
have
so
with me a
one.
copy of the report he cites in his reference. He did. Can I ask another question?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, on your direct testimony, did you not discuss the percentage of pedestrian injuries and relate it to heads? Did you not, on your direct, talk about percentages of injuries that are head injuries in impacts of pedestrians with cars?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you came up with a number. What I'm trying to do is to.
No, you muted. No.
I just wanted to agree with all you guys in the chat. I mean, he does have this like almost like a pained look on his face through this testimony with Alessi, because Alessi's coming hard at him. I mean, you have to say that. And so I think part of that pained look that he has, I think MCAT said his face, I cannot, but he definitely spent a lot of time on all this. I mean, there's no doubt about that. They got paid a lot of money for this, but I think until you've been on a witness stand, and that's the other part about it is I don't like to go heavy on the experts, because it's a lot to be up on a witness stand and to have questions being fired at you by an attorney, whether it be the prosecution or the defense, depending on who's called you. So a lot of his body language and facial expressions you're seeing it's very stressful up there. It's not a picnic. It's really not. So I just wanted to add that. I always like to play devil's advocate, and not everybody's all bad. And I don't necessarily think this guy is all bad.
Disagree.
Yeah, I know you do. It's okay.
Strongly disagree.
You and I disagree a lot. I mean, we don't disagree. I'm always just trying to play a little bit of devil's advocate with anybody who's an expert, because I have a lot of respect for people that are experts in their fields. and that take the time to do all this work and study and spend all the time they spend to further their education to help us by, research is complicated, and I think we've learned a lot. We have learned something in the last couple of days, that there is no one way to do something, and a theory is a theory until it's, proven that it is no longer a theory, it's a theory, right? And look at how many possible things that could have happened to John O'Keefe. Nobody's ever, a few of you, I think, have thrown this out, a few Friday Night Lies, and I know we've talked about it, Julie, with you, me, and Sean on our text chat. What if he fell and hit his head? What if nobody killed him? He was so drunk. What if he slipped on the ice, fell and hit his head? I don't know, right? I mean, we don't know. Right now, we seriously do not know. We think we know based on what we believe, based on what evidence we have seen. But the other side thinks they know too, right? So both sides are allowed to bring in their experts and try to convince the jury that this is more than likely what happened. And if they can't do that, then it's reasonable doubt, which this case, in my opinion, should have never been brought to trial. There's mounds of reasonable doubt, like as high as a mountain, because there's no witnesses, there's no cameras. Several of the other cases that we've been covering on Wednesdays and Thursdays where the person doesn't have justice is simply because there were no witnesses, there were no cameras, so no arrests were made. So why were they allowed to arrest Karen Read? How did they possibly even have enough probable cause to arrest her, right? That's what this all comes around and back to every time, is that so much of this case with these experts is we're asking experts to more or less have a theory on something. They get to talk about what they do. They get to opine on what they do for a living and what their education is in. But there's no witnesses. There's no proof that Karen did anything. There's no real proof that anybody did anything, right?
Well, kind of, sort of. Well, okay. So with the battle of experts, and this is why I kind of disagree. Like, okay, you're an expert, you go into, science because you're interested in science, but how you use it says a lot about, I guess, you and like your pursuit. This guy, to me, what this looks like to me is this guy is part of a company that is basically a hired gun. Now, they work for a lot of insurance companies. What's the goal of an insurance company? To take your money and pay out at least as little as possible. And when you say it's a battle of experts, well, okay, fine. This guy is qualified in biomedical engineering. Arca is qualified in what they do. They both call themselves accident reconstructionists. Okay, this guy did a lot. He made his presentation. He spent a whole bunch of time. What did he do with his time? Well, as far as I can tell, he took a whole bunch of pictures. He went to the scene. He set up lasers to get topography and layouts and measurements. And then he didn't use any of them. And again, did smoke. Again, this is what it looked like to me. Did smoke and mirrors to kind of throw it out there and try to say a whole bunch of big words and make it sound like he's doing the most. And like, yep, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about transfer of momentum and clip and transfer of energy and this and that. Mm-hmm. And the crux of it comes down to is, what did he do? What's being presented as evidence of whatever it is? How is his experiment and research and reconstruction? How has the foundation of that been laid? What did he do? What was the outcome? What would the research go into that? Now, you could turn around and say, like, yep, I did an accident reconstruction where I got two Mack sports cars and I crashed them into one another. And based on what I just observed, that's how I found out that, yes, she did this with her car. Or you could find someone that said, hey, let's go to New England in the cold. Let's take a soil sample, cut a cube of soil from 34 Fairview. Let's get the topography. Let's get the layout. Let's get the measurements. Let's get this. Let's get an actual car. Let's go through it. Try to figure out what's going on here. It just depends on what it is that you're doing and how it's presented. So you can have two experts, but it's how they come across. And this guy, to me, in my opinion, comes across as a complete fraud. I think Turtle called him a charlatan, and that might be one of the only times I agree with Turtle, is that, yeah, this guy is the flim flam man trying to sell you snake oil.
Well, good.
And Bob Alessi is dog walking him, basically saying, like, hey, did you do anything empirical? Well, let's do it right now and show everybody that you didn't do any of this in your fancy presentation and in your pictures that you took. You didn't do any of this, none whatsoever.
So you all do know that when I play the devil's advocate role here on Friday Night Lies, I have a method to my madness, right? I'm pretty sure you've all figured that out because you're all smart. I like to do it to get the live chat on going and to get all of you to say your opinion. If I just agree with you all night long, that's kind of boring. So I always like to try to play a little bit of devil's advocate, because most of you that have gotten to know me know that I do try to see a little bit of good in everyone. There's some good in everyone. And so I try to pull out some little piece of good in everybody that's in this trial. It's hard to with people that we think got in a fight and accidentally killed John and then decided to cover it up, if that's indeed what happened. There's a lot of days, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I did the job. I've been to scenes of crimes. There's times when I don't know what happened to John. To me, it is a stretch that he got in the house and that quick they started fighting him. But then I watch the video back from Microdots, and then we come to Friday Night Lies and we go over all of this sketchy testimony, like watching Jed McCabe practically have a meltdown on the stand because she was being pressured and she wasn't allowed to control the narrative like she thought she was going to be able to, and back her story back and get the jury to believe her that now she doesn't remember how many times she looked out the window. I mean, when you watch back testimony like that, or when you watch back Brian Higgins from trial 1 or Brian Elbert from trial 1, you just get the creeps. And then all the video that we've seen, it's hard to imagine that that's not what happened. But the timeline, I titled this one "Timing is Everything," because timing is everything. This is such a short window of time. Now, based on the Celebrate, based on what these experts are trying to show us with the key cycles, based on everything we're seeing so far this trial and what we have the privilege. Now, the jury doesn't know what happened first trial. So they're in the dark about all that nefarious crap that we witnessed with all the lying and the bizarre testimony from so many people that aren't even on the stand and that aren't going to be on the stand probably. This is such a bizarre case because the timing is so bizarre. Now, we think it's 12:27 approximately that the car rolls up on 34 Fairview. And then we've got from 12:47 to approximately, according to Jed McCabe, 12:45. But we know based on One Meadows Wi-Fi that that's not even accurate. So let's back that up. If she connected to One Meadows Wi-Fi at 12:36, even if she was 2 houses down and she connected, she's certainly not in front of Fairview at 12:45, 44, 43, 42, 41, right? So now we're looking at 12:27 to approximately 12:30, because according to GPS, and so many people have put it out there on Twitter, X, and Facebook, it's approximately a 5 to 7 minute drive based on how fast you drive, traffic, if you get stopped, if you get, whatever, stop signs. I don't know the route. I've never seen it, but you're talking about a small little amount of time. So this is such a bizarre case, and we've all said it from the beginning. It should have never gone to trial because there's just circumstantial evidence at best, and it's so much reasonable doubt that most prosecutors with a conscience, like we've seen in some of these other cases where we want them to arrest someone, we want them to arrest Sam, Goldberg, we want them to arrest these husbands that we believe, and the evidence really shows that they unalived their wives. But the prosecutors are saying, you didn't give me enough. I don't have enough evidence. I can't take this to trial. And they should have never taken this to trial. Right, Julie?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we're in here watching these experts try to convince us that we know that what we don't believe could have ever happened. A bunch of people were saying it in the different various chats today. What a waste of everybody's time. What a waste of money. It's just so horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is just ridiculous. I mean, again, it came out in the prior back and forth where this guy went on for almost a half an hour talking about contracts and I have no idea how much money does and what's a bill. It came out that I think it was $325,000 that this guy got paid for 8 months. I mean, that includes Man Shannon and all his other people. But that includes all those other people, and then the price of the car. I mean, just the fact that they couldn't find a crash test dummy, and like his excuse is like, well, you know, when you do a crash test dummy, you can only do it a couple times, and then if it doesn't line up, you know, because there's so many variables, you know, what if I brought it into somebody and then somebody could pick it apart? Well, that's the reason why you do, number one, empirical data. That's the reason why you do like practice stuff to line up to see like, hey, is this even possible? If it's not, then we're just gonna throw it out and say, no, it's not even possible. But then you try to get as close as possible to it, and then you say like, yep, we did this and we got fairly close to what happened here and it almost matches. And then you could say like, well, what if it happened if it was 4 inches this way? Well, still within the frame of whatever it is. But he's doing a whole bunch to make excuses. Like sometimes he likes when the data is, you know, precise. He wants to be so precise, so precise, so precise. And then other times it's like, yeah, who gives a shit that it goes up 5 feet? Who cares?
Well, the thing is that the bottom line of all this is that some crimes cannot be solved. The person who committed it did either such a great job covering it up, or people helped them cover it up, which is what's happened with the Ellen Greenberg case in Philadelphia. There was so much help to cover that crime up and to frame her for her own death. I don't see that I personally don't believe that Ellen's going to ever get justice other than what her parents have been able to get for her now. It's possible. Just
she might. Yeah, she might. I mean, it's
maybe.
great.
I mean,
look at what she's doing with Birchmore. That's kind of the same vein of
right.
things.
Well, yes and no. Ellen's has gone on for way long. Thank the Lord. Yeah, thank the Lord that Birchmore, but I still think that if John O'Keefe hadn't passed that night, I don't know if Birchmore would have been uncovered. There's a possibility that it would not have, and it would have stayed an unaliving of herself. There's no way to really know, but there are certain cases where the bad guys get away with it, and there's just not enough evidence or no evidence to speak of that is enough for a prosecutor to say, I can take this to a trial and I can get a jury to convict this person. So that's just the sad state of affairs that we have with a lot of victims of crimes. And it's very terrible and very sad. But I mentioned to you guys a couple Friday nights ago that the clearance rate on homicides is only 50% right now in America. That's pretty sad, you know.
Well, but that's also kind of why we're doing this on Friday Night Live, to kind of go over, because again, you know, there are, you know, lots of channels and there are lots more that do this, but you know, you're taking the time to go through everybody's testimony, go through what's happening in court, and to you know, talk about not everybody's talking about, you know, the science that goes behind it, or what's happening in Canton, or you know, what this actually looked like. If we talk about this, and again, I haven't seen many people kind of go into like the, you know, scientific method thought process behind this. Again, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but like I haven't, you know, seen a lot of it from like the, you know, science recreationist background, and just hoping that like if we talk about this here and get it out there, maybe something will spark. Maybe someone will take a look at this and go, oh yeah, we didn't consider that. Maybe we'll take a look at, you know, said magic leaf blower, or whatever the case may be, and, you know, reevaluate. Who knows?
Right.
But you know,
that's exactly why we're advocating for all of the victims of homicides that don't have justice, because people can miss things. And like he said on the stand just a little while ago, I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. No cop is perfect.
You know that?
No sheriff's department is perfect, right? I mean, there's just no. So sometimes having an outside person come in and take a look at a police report or an autopsy report, listen to body cam audio, and watch the video and have a live chat, go over it. It can be helpful. I mean, social media has helped solve unsolvable crimes in the past, you know, in this past like 20 years that it's been around. And it's again, I always say you have to be careful. You can't get yourself too involved in cases where there's bad guys involved, nefarious people that are willing to do anything to stay out of jail. So as an advocate, you have to be very careful. And you kind of watched Aiden get in almost too deep over his head because of his own exuberance and his own actions with the witnesses. So that's a whole different story, you know, a whole different kettle of fish. But we also have to be careful as advocates when we're calling out the bad guys, because the bad guys have been on my channel. I've been contacted by some of the bad guys. So they are well aware of who's live streaming about these cases and what we're doing about them. And so that's why we always start out the show. This is my opinion. I don't know anything anything that's fact. I'm only going by what the evidence that I can see that's either in a redacted or a non-redacted police report, by autopsies, by witnesses interviews. And then we all are discussing it together Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays. And it's still our opinion until there's a confession or there's the evidence is just so amazingly huge that you can't really find a way that this person didn't do it. We don't know. And it's very rare that you get a confession. Typically, the bad person unalives themselves when they commit these kind of crimes, or they never, ever will admit to it. They'll die in prison saying that they were wrongly convicted, or they'll be out living their best life, like Ellen Greenberg's Sam Goldberg, like Ellen Greenberg's fiance, and many of these other, in our opinion, characters who took their wives or girlfriends' lives and got away with it. And Matthew Farwell almost got away with it. He was very close to getting away with it. And right now, those other dirtbags that we know participated in some way, form, or another, in my opinion, are all getting away with it right now because none of them have been arrested. So it's tough. This is a tough hobby that most of us have, following true crime and wanting to get involved in advocacy for families, victims of homicides. It's not your average hobby that most people have. I hope you all understand that and realize that we're a very rare little subsection of the America who follows trials and follows court cases and progress of families' sorrow and loss and devastation. It's a very unique hobby to have, but it's also very honorable that you care enough about justice that you want to see it, carried out and carried through. Speaking of justice, off topic for 2 seconds. I don't know if any of you are following the Diddy trial. We've covered it a little bit because our survivor, Hannah, who likes to come on with us on Wednesdays on the Angry Bitch Club, and we talk about whatever we want to talk about. And she has updated us a little bit on the Diddy trial a couple Wednesdays. She was busy last week. And then this week we did the Karen Reed trial on Wednesday. But there was, I think, a pretty big deal happening with Britney Spears. I don't know if any of you saw that, what her testimony was and how painful I believe that it was for people. Now, it's not being covered, so you can't listen to it, but people are obviously getting the transcript and then they're reporting on it. So we'll have Hannah give you all an update if you're interested in that trial and what's happening on that. Hopefully next week she'll be back with us and can update us on the Diddy trial. I'm following it loosely, but I was very interested in knowing what Britney had to say. It was pretty damning, but it was also pretty horrible to listen to. What she was alleging is there were other people involved in framing her basically for being crazy, for framing her for being out of her mind, and then her father getting that conservatorship. It all came out. So yeah, I'll give you guys all a breakdown and the lowdown on that next week. All right. Well, are we going back to listen to this guy some more? Are we done with him?
No. This is just the, well, I mean, not the beginning. There's a couple more places. I mean, the only reason why, this guy sucks. Like there's no ifs, ands, or about it. This guy sucks.
Yeah, he's a very combative. He's a combative expert. I know experts aren't supposed to be combative because, like he said, right, Julie, he's not supposed to have a horse in the race or a dog in the hunt, as Alyssa said.
Nope, he's not supposed to do any of that. He's supposed to do like the guy did today. I keep calling him D'Ambrosia because that's what Bev called him.
Right.
Like he's supposed to do what the guy did today, which is get up there and just say like, yep, this is what I did. This is what I got. This is what, I did. And this is my analysis. This is that, done. Come with his methodology and talk about, again, methodology is just the process of like, I use this method. I use this method. I did this, I did that. And that's what I did. And this guy just like, he didn't even give his education in a normal sense, like, oh, I got my bachelor's in this, and then I, took some time off and then did my master's and then got my PhD in this. He basically told the narrative about how he's the best. And when he was 7 years old, he was taking apart car engines and his mom, like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Like this whole entire thing was just a tape measuring contest with him between he and Alessi, and he wanted to be in charge. And Alessi was like, nope, I'm asking the questions. And he was just too nice. So,
Hey, I just wanted to say, I saw you guys in the chat a little bit talking about you and Shauna were talking about Lucky. Yeah, I'm very confused by the first of all, that first jury has me confused in a lot of ways. I mean, I don't,
so?
huh?
How so?
Oh, I just still can't believe 8 people didn't
I'm
find
still here.
I still can't believe 8 people didn't find reasonable doubt. I'm still very stunned by that because even though the first trial was sort of like a theater of the absurd, I always say, with all those witnesses that Lally called and so much information beyond what was really necessary, it was still, there was so much reasonable doubt with, especially with the Bryans throwing away their phone and Brian Elbert not coming out of the house. And they had absolutely really no proof of anything. I still don't know how 8 people came up with what they came up with. And I don't understand why what you guys are saying here in the chat, that according to that juror that Aiden interviewed and then everybody else and their mother interviewed, that they didn't believe Lucky. How was he not believable? I mean, how in the world? I don't get it, you guys. How is Lucky not believable? And why? I mean, he has zero reason to lie on the stand and commit perjury. Zero.
Well, I mean, if you look at them, so again, the last, I guess the demographics of the last jury were, they were, I guess, highly educated. And so you look at somebody like Lucky, who is, blue collar, and, he might do some stuff well, but other stuff he might not be all there. So they might have looked down on him, like, oh, well, this guy, doesn't know what he's talking about. Like he could have been taken for a ride. And I think that what came out that he talked to David Nenetti and talked to the defense, and also he was a defense witness. He wasn't on the Commonwealth. So right off the bat, I think Ronnie said that that anybody that the defense brought, everybody kind of looked at sideways, like, we know where you guys are coming from. So I think they looked at him and was like, okay, right off the bat, you have a mark for that. And then just the way they came across. And then when Lally came after him and said, well, you hit a basketball hoop, and he explained it. He's like, well, I just brushed the top, but I called it in anyways, just to, make sure, but I just tried to get around it. It's not like he drove into it and was like, man, must be a dog or something. Like he brushed it. So like just the way that they say that. But I think that he's going to have a hard time with Hank, and I'm a little worried about that.
Bert says, odd. I don't recall Lucky not being believed. He's the most sympathetic. Yeah. What makes him sympathetic, Bert? That's interesting. I find it interesting you would say that. What makes Lucky sympathetic? Because
he's honest.
Because he's a townie and he's lived there all his life, and he knows the McCabe's and the Alberts, and he knows all the players casually. Some of them he knows better than others. I'm guessing that's where you were going with that, right? Shauna says, I know Bert, but the juror Ronnie said they really didn't believe him, just like they thought Arca was paid by insurance. Yeah, see, how did they come up with that though? I mean, I guess we all have the benefit of knowing everything about the case before it even went to trial. You're talking about this jury had no clue about any of this, supposedly. Yeah, he went up against the crew. Right. Yes, Bert. Now I see what you're saying. Right. He was willing to come up and say what maybe others who knew something was going on that night haven't been willing to say. Because there is still that rumor out there that there was a call made by somebody that someone got hit by a plow, and that was buried. And everybody was told to forget it. That never happened.
Yeah, that came out on, when did that come out? That came out, I forget when that came out beforehand, but I know that came out on Canton Chronicle. The guy discussed it, and that's what Peter Murphy's been going out. Sergeant Peter Murphy well, he's retired now, but of Canton PD said that he heard, through his sources that something happened, and that just kind of went by the wayside. So I don't know what they're going to bring up this time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting too. MCAT says, why was jury discussing who paid for what? It's not their job to speculate. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the risk that you run with juries. I mean, juries are basically, they're supposed to be impartial. They're, not supposed to,
right.
well, so they can know some stuff about this case, but they're not supposed to have formed an opinion about it. They're supposed to keep an open mind and listen. So if they bought what Lally was doing with the bring everybody in, where did you sit, what drink did you have, who went where, how much snow, and then they go back and deliberate, they can deliberate about anything. They can say like, well, I didn't like your shirt, so this person's guilty. I mean, that's not the way you should do it, but that's the risk you take when you go in front of a jury.
Yeah, you have human beings deciding your fate. They have human flaws, Yeah, Shauna says exactly. MCAT, whoever told them they couldn't contact the judge, something shady about that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that whole ending of that trial was so bizarre. Like, you just couldn't think it could get any weirder. Trial number 1 was just bizarre and strange and just almost makes you speechless to go back and revisit what happened in trial number 1 and how it ended with the jury being so confused and then the judge not wanting to clear that up. It was, that's in order for Karen Read to have a fair trial, you would almost have to put that into the rules of the court somehow, that the jury, if they're confused, they have to be able to talk to the judge or ask the judge a question. That just makes no sense to me.
Or something.
Bird says, when will we discuss who is going to play Karen, AJ, etc. in the miniseries after the verdict? Oh yeah, we'll definitely going to have an after the verdict Friday Night Lies to just to break it all down, right? That is, and what's coming when they do, and they will make a movie about this. This is just so bizarre. They'll probably make a movie about Diddy too. That would just be my guess, because it's all so bizarre and disgusting and nefarious. Again, what people do in their privacy of their home with consenting adults is none of my business. I may not personally ever want to do it, and I may not like it per se, but it's not my job to like or not like what you do in the privacy of your own home. But when people are being manipulated, like what Britney Spears told us, and how the manipulation is insane, no one would have ever known that this is what happened to her if she hadn't had the guts to go and testify. Again, how people can frame you, it's terrifying almost, that any of us could be framed for something or accused of something we didn't do, or sued by somebody because they have it there, it's their word against our word and they do a better job in the court. Sarah's baby daddy, who has custody of her daughter Cora, getting a restraining order against Sarah's sister. In what world is that even okay? This guy has years and years of domestic abuse allegations and restraining orders against him by many other women other than just Sarah. And now he gets to be the one who gets a restraining order. It's you can't make this shit up. Like, you cannot make this shit up. And this is what goes on in a lot of these cases where there's crime and corruption a mile long and a mile deep. All right, that's good. We had a little sidetrack. Our brains needed a break from all that is this man. Even though I was playing devil's advocate, I never said I liked his testimony or liked the way that he handled himself. I agree with all of you for the most part. But I always think there's a little bit of area of gray with somebody too. I'd be interested to know from someone who knows him in real life, not who knows him in 2 days on a stand being grilled by both prosecution and defense, what they think of him. That would be interesting to me. Same with a lot of the other witnesses that we have seen. All right. Now, where were we, Julie? Where am I going back to? Right where I was, or am I fast forwarding?
All right. Can you go to 1 hour, 43 minutes?
I can. As Steve, my other dispatcher, used to say, I will, I can. You're getting 1 hour, 42 minutes.
more or higher ankle and lower leg injuries. So the change in the technology, but for backing, that may not be the case because you have different geometry on the vehicles and you have different safety systems.
I'll try it a different way. Do you have knowledge, as you sit here today, whether the most common injury from a motor vehicle accident is to the lower extremities?
I'd have to look at the literature. I have the article I gave you.
So the answer is you don't know the answer to that question. Is that correct, sir?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
That would be important to know.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers...
The Newton's second law analysis that we went through, force equals mass times acceleration, where we came up with the 7,200 number. You didn't discuss that calculation on your direct examination, did you?
I don't think so. We didn't discuss a whole bunch of those things that were that wasn't necessarily an opinion, that was a sub-opinion or basis for my opinion.
You didn't discuss that Newton law calculation on your direct examination, did you, sir?
So in a way I did, because I said my drop testing shows that you can do this. So I didn't quote that number, but we are going through the specific numbers now. But I absolutely did say, as a matter of fact, I showed a video of my drop testing and talked about how falling onto a rigid surface, a hard surface, can cause a skull fracture.
Did you discuss on your direct examination applying 15.7 of the head weight to 458 Gs and come up with the number of 7,200? Did you do that on your direct examination?
Those specific numbers, no. The general concept of the drop testing and what it showed, yes.
Ding, ding, ding.
So instead of that calculation, you referred to a flow chart comparing injury characteristics of flaws versus blows. Do you recall doing that on your direct?
So he asked me two questions. He said instead of, so that's no, it's not instead of. They're two completely different topics. So no, I didn't do that instead of.
Okay.
I looked at a force analysis, then I looked at 3 peer-reviewed publications that were attempting to differentiate whether an injury was associated with a fall or a blow, an assault, and they came up with a metric for doing that. Those things are completely separate.
Let's ask it this way. Did you, on your slide presentation that you presented to this jury, did you put the inputs into F equals M times A in your slide presentation with the numbers we talked about of 15.7 for the M and 458 for the G to come up with 7,200? Was that anywhere on your slide presentation?
So the slide presentation showed the 458 Gs, the rest of it was not on there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You also indicated that the laceration above Mr. O'Keefe's right eye is consistent with the shape and height of the fin on the top of the Lexus SUV. Do you recall that?
Correct. It's actually probably called a spoiler.
And so you would call it a spoiler instead of a fin?
So now he wants to
Fair
call
enough.
it a
We'll call it a
spoiler.
spoiler. You visited the scene at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
You stated that you like to visit the scene while you're working as an accident reconstructionist so you can get a better understanding of the data?
I don't use the word like, but we want to go to the scene to see the scene.
When you visited 34 Fairview, did you go into the garage at 34 Fairview?
No, I actually didn't set foot on the property.
You didn't set foot on the property?
No, I stayed in the street. It's my understanding there were new owners.
Did you consider the scene limited to the road?
So the access I had was to the road. The laser scanners and the photographs will extend further, but I didn't have access to the interior of the house.
Oh, so you didn't access the entire scene, correct?
In my opinion, I did access the entire scene.
No,
I didn't
you
physically
did not.
step 7 feet onto the grass to the point of rest, but I stood and photographed where that was. I didn't want to trespass.
Where did you understand the body of Mr. O'Keefe was located?
I know it was 7 feet in from the grass. I've seen cruiser cameras showing people around a body. It's slightly north, and I guess slightly south and a little bit west of the flagpole.
But you didn't access that part of the scene that you just described, correct?
I absolutely did. I took photographs of it. I didn't trespass and stand at that exact location, but I stood right there. We scanned the whole thing. The scanner uses a laser beam that goes out, 150 200, 300 feet. So we scanned all that stuff.
Did your scan topography?
Yes.
Then you know that there is a berm raised above street level, correct? If you did the scan.
Correct.
Do you know the height of that berm?
I believe it's 4 inches.
Nowhere in your report, when you're comparing the height of Mr. O'Keefe to the spoiler, do you account for that 4 inches of the berm, do you?
So yes and no. As I indicated, we don't know exactly where the point of impact is, whether he was completely in the road
This is
or
very
up on
good, though.
the berm.
The whole
But for example,
berm
where the tire
thing is
spins on the
very
Lexus,
good.
that could be where she's driving up on the curb. And so then that tire will be at the height of the curb. So if he's standing on the higher part and the right rear tire of the Lexus goes up there and spins, then it would be at the same height. We don't know the exact point of impact. So I don't know whether he was on the road or in the street.
They're very
Is he on the street or
combative
in the-
here
on the
right
side of the
now,
road?
this whole
Exactly. But
section.
when you did your depiction on your slide, and you remember you had the ruler and you measured the height. You
So,
did that?
yep.
Where was it? Was it you in that slide?
It was
Where were your feet?
on the ground.
Not on the berm, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you chose a measurement, which was the ground, to the top for the spoiler, and you took a measurement. And you said that approximates the height of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Of the laceration on Mr. O'Keefe.
Exactly. Because what you were doing was you were trying to determine and present
Exactly,
testimony
Bert.
on whether or not that laceration could be caused by the spoiler, and to do so you had to take measurements, correct?
Correct.
So you chose to place Mr. O'Keefe in your simulation on the ground. You didn't choose to put him on a berm that would be 4 inches higher, did you?
Nor did I put the Lexus 4 inches higher. I didn't add one of those.
So the point is, it's certainly possible that if there's 4 to 5 more inches, that would take that eye out of the ability to be hit by the spoiler. Isn't that correct?
No, because if it's 4 to 5 inches higher and he leans his head down or reacts to it,
But you
again, we
don't
know
know
the
if
exact
he
position of his head.
leaned his head down. You
In
weren't
your slide
there.
yesterday, describe the possibility that his head could be down.
He didn't even
You're
test
saying that You're positioned in that photo just like this. You're not positioned
Makes
like
no
that. And
sense.
The picture of
I'm trying to make it
himself
clear.
is
We don't know
angled
his
like
exact body position at the point of impact, nor do we know the exact position on the ground. So, which is part of the reason why I haven't tried to exactly simulate this, because we don't have enough parameters to do that. So I don't have that information. I'm
then
showing
why are you
the
doing it
geometry
at all?
relative to someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height.
So you don't have the information to do that properly, so therefore you can't conclude that he had a laceration to the eye from the spoiler by your own instrument, correct?
It was done
Exactly.
properly. We don't have absolute information to say where exactly he was. I'm pointing out that the physical evidence, the
the
height,
very
matches the height of the
definition of
laceration. That is
reasonable
one
doubt.
data point of many data points.
So you would have to at least concede that the level of his eye could be non-contacting that fin if they're exposed, and you don't have information as you just described. Is that
It could be from contacting the ground.
correct?
It could be from contacting the ground. It could be from other things.
But you
Did he
don't
test
have the information necessary to conclude
You
with
have
any
no way to
certainty
know how he
Mr.
got that
O'Keefe
eye
at the time of
laceration.
impact had a level of his head in an upright such that it hit that spoiler. You don't have that information, correct?
We don't have that level of certainty. We have that the height and geometry matches.
And you didn't take into consideration the berm, and you didn't mention the berm at all when you were discussing this measurement with the jury yesterday, correct?
That is not correct. You asked me 2 questions. I absolutely considered the berm.
Oh my God, again.
And the second question when I presented it to the jury, I mentioned the berm when we showed the picture of the shoe in the snow, but that was it.
That's my question. I'll ask it a different way. When we were talking not about finding a shoe in the snow, and you mentioned the berm, I'm talking about when you did the measurement of whether or not the laceration could be caused by the spoiler. You didn't mention accounting for berm height when you discussed that measurement with the jury, did you?
That is correct.
Likewise, you didn't present any Newton's second law analysis regarding the front of Mr. O'Keefe's head with respect to whether his head was contacted by that spoiler, did you?
Correct. Again, it was a glancing hit. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, so it's a glancing hit to the front of the head is your hypothesis?
This whole pedestrian impact is a glancing hit.
So you can have your arm
In your
to the side
opinion.
like this, with the back of the vehicle pointing like this, and you could glance the right eye with the arm out. Is that what you're saying?
That's what my picture shows when I'm standing next to the car. I could probably find the slide for you.
So you didn't do a force analysis to determine how much force would be applied assuming a contact with the right eye, did you?
That's correct.
And force analysis is what biomechanists do, correct? That's what a biomechanist does?
That is
Yes.
Part of what they do.
So I lined up his anthropometry relative to the known height of the vehicle.
You attempted to line it up. That's one method, but another method is to apply Newton's second law, like you did to the back of the head when you
Empirical
stopped,
data,
correct?
Correct. If we had more information.
Right.
Mr. Leslie, why are we breaking it?
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right.
there's
All right,
one
Ken.
here.
Two more things. Can you go to 2 hours, 37 minutes?
Okay. What'd you say, dear?
Can you go to 2 hours, 37 minutes? Just 2 more sections, and then enough of this guy.
Yeah, what everybody's saying in the chat is that he didn't do those tests. He
Nope.
didn't really do anything that
He didn't
proves
even do
anything.
hypothesis for these, saying like, well, is it
Right.
possible? Let's do the empirical. Let's line it up. Let's take measurements. Let's do force. Nope, none of that. And that's what he's saying. When he's saying Newton's second law, what he should be saying is, did you test this empirically, writing it out to try to find the formula to see if it's even possible, let alone, and he's trying to do, again, smoke and mirrors. Like, look, see, it kind of lines up with me. I took pictures.
Yeah,
Two-
it's
237.
really.
No, 237.
Oh, got it. Sorry.
Yeah,
about
so then they
that.
go back and forth. And he's basically saying, like, hey, you did a paint test. You're supposed to, what are you showing with the paint test? And he's like, well, I showed that it matches on his arm. It's like, well, but how are you showing that? Did you do anything empirically? Did you strike it with a dummy? Why didn't you strike it with the dummy? And then he does his little, like, well, we can't do that because it's not exact.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 2-minute story of how I built a $10 million a year online business and how my mistakes and successes can help you build your business too. Ready?
The Ring video doorbell, Mr. O'Keefe's height, type of shoes he's wearing because I need the same type of shoes.
Sorry
My
about that. It went all the way back. It's so touchy sometimes.
No, 237.
So many numbers in my brain right now.
That's good. That's good.
Well, that's what I want to get to because I want to have this point clear. How many feet do you believe the Lexus went in reverse? based
Here we
upon
go.
your PowerPoint presentation. Not when it went forward, then came backward. How many
Oh,
feet
God,
do
this-
you believe
this
that
made
vehicle
me
went
crazy.
in reverse?
The question doesn't make any sense because when it went forward, then it went in reverse.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
How many feet do you believe the Lexus went during the trigger?
So it went a total of 80. It went 34 feet forward, then it came back 80 or another 53 feet past where it went.
Exactly. So you've testified that the
This section makes me
1162
want to
trigger
pull my
event
hair out.
represents a backwards maneuver, correct?
So again, that was clear. It initially pulls forward and then backs up.
I would like you to define, so it's clear to the jury, do you consider the event of 1162-2 just backward movement, or do you consider the trigger to be forward movement and adding to it backward movement?
Thank
Which one?
you.
So can we pull the slide up?
Sure.
Could
Gotta
you
have his slide.
Zoom in. There you go. No, go back to the left. So that T in the third column for data ID represents the trigger. If you scroll over a little bit to the right, where the highlighted yellow blocks are, you can see 1 is a forward drive gear, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. So that's where it's switched from forward to reverse. I mentioned the brake. So you have it on the brakes coming in, slowing, stopping, going into reverse, and then backing up.
So you conclude that the vehicle for this trigger went 34 feet forward, is that correct?
Correct.
How do you know the vehicle didn't go 150 feet forward? How do you know it just went 4 feet forward? How do you know that?
So the only data we have is this 10-second window. And so we have the velocity when it's going forward. We know how much time it took to do that. So that tells us how far it would travel. Velocity times time is distance.
So are you saying that it is a certainty that it went forward 34 feet and there's no other number of feet it could have gone forward? You're absolutely certain of the 34 number?
No.
No.
Again, if you look,
It's
see where it
not.
says vehicle speed.
I see it.
So at the start of this event, which is the trigger -5, so the trigger is actually where it's triggered, and it takes 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. But when the trigger happens, it's actually stopped. But the 5 seconds before, it's going 13.6 miles an hour forward. So at the start of the data, it's still going 13.6 miles an hour forward, but it's slowing down. You can see you have the brake, where it says brake SW, which is short for switch. The brake switch is a 1, which means it's on. So when this event data started, it's going 13 miles an hour.
I'll ask the question a different way.
I know. What,
Are you
what
certain?
question is he hearing?
That the distance traveled forward during this trigger event was 34 feet. Are you certain?
I'm pretty certain during this trigger event.
Pretty certain or certain?
Well, I've checked the math. I've had people check my math. So I try to be as accurate as possible. I would say I'm certain,
Okay.
but I'm an engineer. So there's no absolutes. There's no 100% in my job.
So you're certain of the 34 feet, and is it correct that you're certain of 53 feet going backwards? Are you certain of that, sir?
So backwards from its initial starting position.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And therefore you are certain of a total of 87 feet traveled that you have at the bottom in that yellow-orange. You're certain of that as well?
87 feet of backing from.
Okay. Now, you also testified on direct, as I understand it, in slide 23, that different numbers represent different gear states of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And a 0 represents neutral?
I think it's either neutral or park, but I'm pretty sure it's neutral.
A 1 represents drive?
Correct.
A 2 represents reverse?
Correct.
Or a 2 can represent slowing down, is that correct?
Not for a gear shift number.
So you didn't say on direct that 2 could represent reverse or slowing down?
God, I hope not. It doesn't. So those numbers simply represent, is the transmission in drive? Is it in neutral? Is it in reverse? It doesn't tell you anything about whether it's slowing down or not. But the brake switch and the brake pressure and the longitudinal accelerometer data gives you some information on that.
Okay, so if Your Honor, we could go to slide 30, please. And I want to do it generally. There's not a need to read any specific number. I just want it clarified.
Mr. Leslie, so is this 30 or 31?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you are correct. It's 31 in the most up-to-date presentation. Thank you. You see all the numbers in blue font on that slide, sir?
I do.
Those are all numbers that you have placed on that slide. Did I have that correct in your direct presentation?
You do.
Okay. So this Excel spreadsheet, there's also numbers in black, correct?
Correct.
So all the ones that are in blue, those are numbers that you have placed into the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct. The one exception is column N, where it says shift position.
Yes.
I changed green to forward and red to reverse.
So the data in the columns in blue are not from the original data that was downloaded from the vehicle, correct?
Like, for example, if you look at column H,
Just
column
say
H
no.
simply did a unit
Just say
conversion.
no.
So it's
Just
the
say
same number,
no.
it's just in different units. But the black numbers represent exactly as it comes out of the vehicle,
Guys,
but it's the same number.
All right, that's what I wanted to get to. So for clarity for this slide, when you download this data from the vehicle, what is in black, those numbers just come right out, correct? As they're stated. But the blue numbers
get
They don't come
formatted
out like the numbers in blue. You have to do something, some calculation, some application to get to the blue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, no, we're going to keep that up, Mr. Wolf, please. Thank you. And when we need to get to the specific numbers, we'll be fair and make sure you can see them. Now, in these columns, do I understand it correctly that you attempted to account for wheel slippage in the revolutions per minute speed values produced by the car?
Not here. You're looking, this is 1162-1. The wheel slippage occurred in 1162-2.
Okay, and so if we go to a slide with 1162.2, we will then go to the slide you believe represents wheel slippage, is that correct?
There are data points in that represent slippage.
That's my question. In which slide, sir, would you like to pick?
35.
Thank you. So we will go to slide 35. So
I've highlighted the slippage.
Exactly. So you agree that there is data that shows that there is wheel slippage with the Lexus SUV during trigger event. Let's enlarge it for this one here. The trigger event, the number 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
And as I understand it, you testified that this trigger event was caused by a depression of the accelerator pedal at more than the 30%. Is that correct?
It's a transition into reverse and then a quick acceleration exceeding 30%.
So let's,
in reverse.
Okay, got it. So the accelerator pedal being depressed to this degree, more than 30%, can be the result of wheel slippage, correct?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily work that way. I mean, you can have wheel slippage at any acceleration, technically, depending on the roadway. It's just what is in the data that shows that it's slipping. It isn't necessarily because of the accelerator. Normally, that's what causes slippage. But it's the data. When you look at the data, you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's increasing in speed, but yet the longitudinal acceleration is dropping.
My question, again, doctor, is you can have an accelerator pedal depressed greater than 30% and it be caused by wheel slippage. That can occur, correct?
The wheel slippage does not cause the accelerator pedal.
I'm not saying a cause and effect. I'm just saying a correlation. Do you understand what I mean by a correlation?
Let me if I may try and straighten this out. So applying heavy acceleration can cause the wheels to spin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to get at. Alrighty. So in your review of the materials that are related to January 29, 2022, did you become aware of whether there were, and you said you extensively reviewed documents, did you become aware whether there were people at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approximately how many people, without regard to names, just number, how many people did you become aware were at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022, the early morning hours? How many people approximately did you become aware were present?
It depends on which time, but there could be as many as 16.
As many as 16. And let's talk about the time period from midnight to 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of how many people could have been present at 34 Fairview at that time period?
So I'm going to see you at Sidebar, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Welcher, am I correct in my understanding that you believe under your theory, the Lexus for event 1162.2 backed up 53 feet? Am I correct?
No, it backed up a total of 87 feet.
Okay, let's take your 87. It backed up a total of 87. Okay.
Correct.
And your further theory is that it did so and reached 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you stated you have an understanding of.
Okay, I heard you say, Julie, from the start position, but again, this has to be confusing to the jury. I'm sure it's confusing to tons of us because I noticed that in some of the chats that I was watching the trial live on. So he's saying that she was parked at position A and that she pulled up, what was it, 34 feet?
Yep.
Into position B.
Yep.
Then he's saying she backed up from position B all the way back past where she started.
Yep.
And that's where she hit John. Allegedly.
Allegedly. So, all right. So if her start position is position A, from position A, she moved 34 feet forward. And then going back to position A, she moved 53 feet past in reverse position A.
But again, that is so bizarre to me that they're honing in on that. Shouldn't it just matter how many feet she backed up? Period. Why does it matter?
Well, because when it's not do smoke and mirrors, you throw in and say it was 87 feet total, but it was 53 feet in reverse. what he's hoping, and this is what I believe.
But
what
it wasn't 53 feet in reverse.
No, it wasn't. But that's what I'm saying is that he's hoping.
And I'm not a scientist, and I even figured that out, and I think everybody else did too. It was not 53 feet in reverse. It would have been 53 feet in reverse if she would have done it from where she first was. But if she went up 34 more feet,
yep.
See what I'm saying? That's what this is. It's like they're purposely trying to confuse the jury. How in the frick is the
that's why he said it the way he did. That's why when Bob Alessi said, so she went 87 feet in reverse, he fought it so much because he is hoping that the jury will look and say, well, if you're saying that the impact happened at the flagpole or somewhere around the flagpole, if you take 53 feet and subtract 34 feet from it, you get approximately 19 feet, 20 feet. And if you have wheel slippage, that should put you back in the area of the flagpole. That's what he's hoping to get at, in my opinion. That's what I think he's trying to get at by confusing the jury, saying, wait, is it 87 feet? Is it 53 feet? Is it 20 feet? What is it?
Which
Instead
is why
saying I went in reverse from the start point. If you take the 34 feet going forward out, she went 53 feet from the start position, which was the flagpole, 53 feet in reverse for the trigger event. Now, she could have kept going, and I'm guessing that she did because she didn't apply the brake, according to what they're saying. She didn't apply the brake in that 5 second after the quote-unquote event happened of her reversing wildly. So she could have kept going and going and going, and it takes a good distance for it to stop a car in the snow going 24 miles an hour with depending on the brake. It doesn't just stop instantly, which means that at 53 feet, which is pretty damn close to the mailbox, you're going to get very, very, very close, if not on top of, into whatever car is parked there.
Okay, so this is something interesting that I want to throw out to you guys. It's nothing more than an observation. In the very first trial, when they had Higgins on the stand, so this will be interesting to see if they call him, and they asked him how long he was there, and he was blah blah blah. I didn't stay that long. They didn't have any Jameson and ginger. They just had beer and White Claw, and I don't drink that shit. And he originally said, I think I left around 12:30. Is it possible? Is it possible that Jen and Matt and Brian Higgins are telling the truth and that his Jeep was parked there, but he left for a while for whatever reason? So by the time Karen Reed pulled up with John and the kids pulled up behind in the truck, they didn't see the Jeep because it wasn't there. And then could Higgy have come back and parked somewhere else and come in the house? I mean, anything's possible, but this whole Jeep thing has always had so many people perplexed and just frustrated because they are dying on the hill, Jen and Matt, and if they were to call Matt again, and Brian Albert even, and Higgins, that the Jeep was parked in front of the mailbox, and the three young adults never saw the Jeep. And if Karen Reed backed her car up, like they're saying, she would have had to have hit that Jeep. So she couldn't have backed up because she would have hit the Jeep. There would have been massive damage to her car, not just the minimal damage of supposedly hitting John, correct?
Well,
you can't have your cake and eat it too here, prosecution.
Well,
now they want to, they want to completely dismiss. In the first trial, they wanted Higgins' Jeep there for some reason. Why was it such a big deal, right?
Well, somebody wanted Higgins' Jeep there, and I don't know who or why. Only 4 people seem to want to put his Jeep there. Again, I don't know if that was prior testimony that they, had to put it on the record.
Well, Higgins most certainly should have known where he parked his Jeep. We can fault Jennifer McCabe's sudden lousy memory, and we could fault Matt McCabe's memory, but Higgins testified where he parked that Jeep, and he knows where he parked his Jeep. And if he's lying because he didn't park it there and they needed it there for some reason for this whole flagpole where Karen's car was parked, maybe they needed it there to somehow convince the jury that Karen Reed pulled way up that she pulled so far up that she could have backed up and still hit John and not hit the Jeep. I don't know, but they needed that Jeep there for some reason. And it's still very completely curious to me. Yeah, Bert says they all tell partial truths. The ones to believe are Heather, Ryan, and Lucky. Yeah, exactly. And Ricky. I mean, Ricky told the truth in trial 1 when he was on the state. But now this jury only gets to know what Ryan and Heather said. But I agree. I've always believed that there's no way 3 people in that truck didn't see a Jeep parked in front of them, because then there would have been a Jeep between Ricky, Heather, and Ryan and Karen Reed. And they all say that they pulled up behind the SUV. They're all positive of it. So there's no way Higgins' Jeep was parked there when Karen arrived to drop off John. There's no way that's possible, because those 3 young adults have no reason to lie about that. Right?
Well, in about a minute, this guy's going to talk about the cars that were in front of the house that night.
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to stop it, because this is all, this all connects with Jen McCabe saying she was so clear in the first trial where that Jeep was parked, and the kids saying they never saw anything between them and Karen Reed. And now this guy basing his experiment only on, and we'll hear what he has to say. Let me start it back up.
A certain number of people, and I don't want to talk about the inside of the house, but just that were at 34 Fairview between roughly 12 and 1 a.m. Do you have an understanding of that, sir? Approximately.
I believe I do.
And what is that number?
Do you want them people that were there for that entire window of time, or just?
Yes, 12 to 1.
So, Mr. Leslie, just move to the last question.
Right, sure. So, sir, did you assume that there were cars parked out front of 34 Fairview at that 12 to 1 o'clock window? Did you assume any cars parked out front?
The entire time?
No, I'm just talking 12 to, any time between 12 and 1. Did you make any assumptions whether there were cars parked out front on the roadway?
Why do so many folks over 40 with type 2 start walking like this? If you take metformin and no...
At 34 Fairview, did you make any assumptions with regard to that?
At a point in time, there was a vehicle behind it.
I'm sorry?
There was a vehicle behind it.
Just one?
That is my understanding. In terms of on the street.
On the street,
yes.
And what, do you remember the type of vehicle?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
An F-150 pickup.
Did you have any understanding as to whether there was a Jeep vehicle on the road at that 12 to 1 time period?
I had seen testimony somewhere to that effect, but the majority of the testimony was there were no other vehicles.
But you did see testimony that there was also a Jeep type vehicle on the front, out the front of 34 Fairview between 12 and 1. Is that what you're recalling?
So I'm going to let that answer stand. It was just testified to. Just go ahead and...
Okay, so Dr. Welcher, what I want to do is to have you, using your data, you say 87 feet for the backup, correct? 1162, up to 24 miles per hour. Isn't there a likelihood, if there is at least one vehicle out in front of 34 Fairview, that there would be a collision of the Lexus SUV with a vehicle out front?
No, the vehicle had left prior to the end, or prior to event 1162-2.
What information do you have with regard to how many vehicles are in front of 34 Fairview at between 12 and 1?
So I have Ms. Reed's interview statements. I have statements of a number of witnesses. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the names.
Look at live and shake your head
I
no.
was just going to say, let's not just number of vehicles.
Okay, so I have a number of witness statements at multiple statements from the same witnesses at different times, indicating the path and following the Lexus to the house and then leaving before the event.
Assume that there were vehicles, at least one vehicle, parked out front of 34 Fairview. Is there a likelihood that, given 24 miles per hour, over 87 feet, is there a likelihood that there would be a collision given the weather conditions as you knew them to be at that time?
Well, the weather I don't think necessarily plays into whether there would be a collision or not, but we know it backed up 87 feet.
Yeah,
so
snow doesn't
again, it
make
goes
it slick or
forward like
anything.
35-ish and then back
Exactly. What a
like
stupid
60 something.
answer.
And so if something is within 65 feet of the rear of it, or whatever the numbers are, I need my slides.
It was 50.
Yeah, whatever the
50,
number is.
57. If something is within that window, then it would hit it.
All right, good. So now let's look at another scenario. If it's going as you describe it, is there a likelihood that the Lexus would also go upon the lawn in front of 34 Fairview?
It depends on where it starts.
You have an opinion, don't you, as to where it starts?
No, I do not. That's actually why I have that diagram showing it off to the side. I'm
right.
simply showing how far it moved forward, how far it moved back.
Exactly.
We don't know where on the roadway it started.
Exactly. You don't know where on the roadway it started. And therefore, all you have is the distance covered, correct?
Correct.
So, but you're saying the distance is 87 feet, correct?
87 feet backwards, yes.
So backwards, 24 miles an hour. Have you ever driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour, sir?
Yes, I think I've driven this Lexus backwards 24 miles an hour.
So if anybody's driven a vehicle back, have you ever driven any vehicle back 24 miles an hour at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning?
Probably not since I got out of high school.
Have you ever done it when there's a storm that is beginning?
No.
Have you ever done it when there is less than clear visibility?
No and no.
And have you ever done it when there's low lighting?
Oh, maybe when I've been up skiing in the snow, I've done it. But again, that's been decades.
Right. So 87 feet, 24 miles an hour. Are you saying that in every instance that vehicle will stay on the road and for 34 Fairview, it wouldn't go up on the lawn?
When you mean every instance, mean like every possible location on the road it starts from?
Correct.
No, there's some spots. If you start here, it's going to go up on the road, on the yard. If you start too far on the other side, you're going to go over into the neighbor's yard. So it depends on where you start.
Right. And so, given the conditions that we've just described, right?
And this has nothing to do with where you start.
Hold
on. Only one at a time.
Yes,
Let him finish his question, please.
Given the conditions that you've described, it is reasonable to conclude that that vehicle, under your parameters, would have gone up on the lawn. Is that a reasonable conclusion?
No.
So you don't think there's any possibility that could occur a vehicle going 24 miles an hour at this location, 87 feet backwards, in the dark, with wet pavement at a minimum, and low lighting, you don't believe it's possible for the vehicle to, under your scenario, to have gone up on the lawn? That's not
So
possible.
your first question was reasonable, and I said no. Now you're asking possible. It, of course, is possible. Whether it's reasonable or not, I'd have to know the starting position.
Right.
If it's very close to the side, then it could be reasonable. If it's further towards the middle of the road because snow is building up on the side of the road, then it's probably not as reasonable. I would need more information to be able to determine whether it's reasonable or not. It's certainly possible. It's possible it could have shot off into space as an engineer.
No,
but not
it
probable.
is not. Unless you have a thrust on it, and you're
As an
not
engineer,
on
it's a possibility.
This
It's a possibility that this Lexus could have been shot off into space.
Highly, highly unlikely. But again, you're asking an engineer about possibilities and probabilities.
Let's get back to reality.
And you should
So
know better,
in terms
sir.
of the Lexus itself, because you
And again, he just said that because he doesn't know the starting point, it's possible but not reasonable. So now he's defaming his own research.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
MCAT says eye roll. Of course he has driven a vehicle backwards 24 miles an hour. Oh gosh, you guys are killing me.
This guy
Yeah.
is something else. All right, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's basically what I wanted to cover. I mean, there's more, but I mean, just to get the gist of it, I mean, there's a little bit more of the cross on this day, and then they come back.
Yeah.
Then they do a voir dire of Trooper Paul stuff, and she says no. So
Right.
then they come back and they talk about, wait a second. So the next day they talk about angles in the pictures, and then they talk about saying, well, how do you know what was going on? Did you use any of the measurements? All I see is the angle 106.7, and who knows where that comes from. He didn't show any measurements, and he says, well, I did this, I did the most. You can't do it. You can't possibly hit this. And he goes, well, how do you know? Then he talks about the hydraulics, saying, do you know what the lift is? And he's like, well, I get it in theory. And he's talking about saying, well, it actually lowers 2 inches and raises 3 inches. And did you look at the height of the spoiler compared to the berm, not the berm, compared to Officer John O'Keefe, and show that there could be variation in where that would go so that it would not to be clipped. And he said, well, I assume that it happened when they measured it in Kansas PD or whatever the hell he had the car, that it would be at the same level when he went in reverse because it lowers. And I'm assuming that it was at the same strike. And he said, yeah, do you know that it was that way when you're alleging that this happened? He's like, well, I'm just assuming that you could do that. And, I make all these assumptions, but it's like he wants to be precise when he wants to be precise, and he wants to be vague whenever he gets questioned on it. And then he gets defensive, and then they fight back and forth. And then they were talking about the hand stuff, but the hand stuff they were talking about was saying, did you do anything empirical to show that it's not, that it could be likely that the abrasion over the eye could have been from the spoiler if it was at the right place. And then the stuff with the hands came in, and everybody lost their minds about the hands because he was bitching about that. So that was basically that. Now, again, this guy is coming back for redirect. God only knows what he's going to do. I'm guessing that he's going to do like what Manchannon did with D'Ambrosia stuff, which is rip them apart just because.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Okay, I want to quick, before we go tonight, because I know we're long and it's late, but I want to quick add this clip. Let me stop sharing this real quick. I want to quick add this clip from today's testimony of the guy, whoops, I don't want that one. Now I forgot his name again. And I know it because I was just said it.
Disorga.
Disorga. Yeah. I just wanted, because this part of his testimony was super interesting to me, and I know we're all getting tired and it's late, but I just want to get that in here tonight because I don't want to have to go backwards because there's a lot coming next week. So I don't want to have to go backwards. So let me just quick share this part with you guys if you're still with us. I know it's late and we're going long. Let me find it. Where is it? Where did I put you? Now I don't know where it is. Hang on a second. I got to look for it. We don't need that one. There it is. It is labeled. Must be that. Well, I have to close out some of these other ones so I can find the one I want because I have too many tabs open and they all say 21, YouTube 21. So it's confusing. Okay, that's the one I want, but I gotta go. Okay, now I got it marked so I can find it. Okay, there we go. Can you guys see it?
Yep.
Okay. So a lot of people had a lot to say about him today, as you can imagine, on Twitter, X, and Facebook, that he looks like a young Andy Garcia. There were some other movie star references, like some of the mafia movies characters, and a few people had a lot to say about this. But I thought overall he seemed very intelligent, very, very on the ball. All right, I'm going to go back just a little bit because I know this is where I wanted to be, but I just want to get a little context of where they're at. So let me go back just a little bit.
A trick of ice water, salt, and lemon has gone viral in the last month on networks.
Even you,
User
Harvey?
report loss.
The second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report.
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Ms. Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3-second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3-second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus, but without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3, and then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report. his page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3-second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key-on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3-second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report?
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
I'll rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
Okay, kids, I know you're tired, but this is good stuff right now. So pay attention, and then we're going to talk about it, because this is really good stuff that that he goes after with this young, brilliant engineer. So let's listen.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained, ask you to.
What, in your opinion, would be
Julie's
the best
getting a hug
practice
from her
in terms
blob.
of
I
this
think
3
I'm gonna have to
seconds
wake
that
my
was
puppy
noted
up.
I need a hug.
in the exemplar vehicle?
That guy was
The best practice would
infuriating.
be to
Yes,
run the
Bert,
analysis.
the phone
with
lock. This is good
that
stuff.
adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the Aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The Aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the Aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report on differentiating, the January report, which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as point 154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point, you said, was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The Aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please. What are we looking at here?
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those 2 times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that 3rd column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
That's breaking.
What did you conclude in terms of
It's breaking for me. I wasn't paying attention to social media today, so I wanted to catch up while we're listening to him. I wanted to see if there's anything huge that I needed to share with you guys that you might know or not know. So this came out 4 hours ago, right before we started the show. So it's from Karen Reed Updates, breaking: Michael Proctor will not take the stand for the defense in the Karen Reed retrial.
Did you see the end of today's testimony with the voir dire with David going against Proctor's friends?
I didn't see all of it. I only saw a little bit of it.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Yeah, no, I want to watch. I want to see that. So this
I put that link in the private chat. That's the second one that says voir dire.
So I want to read to you what Aiden's take was on that, considering that he has been so heavily involved.
He's been bitching about that. Oh, he did Proctor. But go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to say it as someone who feels incredibly invested in Karen Reed being acquitted. I think not calling Proctor and the McAlberts is a huge mistake. Instead of showing the jury the absurdity of all these people not seeing or hearing a crash, not seeing a body on the front lawn, destroying their phones, offering bribes to Proctor, etc., we're spending entire days on boring, mundane shit like figuring out who updated whose report first, what clock was off by 30 seconds. It's fucking boring. They will never convict Karen Reed as long as these liars are forced to testify in front of a jury. You will never convince 12 that these people aren't hiding something. And if, God forbid, there is a conviction, it will go down as one of the greatest legal blunders of all time. So,
strongly disagree. And,
whether you like him or you don't like him, like personally, I don't think he's 100% wrong here. I mean, I personally do not understand why they're not calling Proctor. I don't understand it. Like, I mean, this jury does not have the benefit of trial 1. They've heard his name. They need to see a face. He was the lead investigator on her case, for God's sake. How do you not call him in trial 2? I'm completely taken aback by this. I never in a million years thought they wouldn't call Proctor.
Well, Kat, when they debate at the end of today, so I put in the private chat. It's the second link. It's about, I mean, he voir dires them and he goes over his text messages. Like, that's not interesting, but they argue about it. And that was fascinating. And that basically tells you all that you need to know about why they're not going to call him and what Hank was trying to do. It was fascinating. I don't know if you want to take a look at that. Just quick.
Yeah.
I think it's about 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. We can
What
pause
does the
from.
chat think? You guys want to see that?
Excuse me, what?
Does the chat want to see it? And we could talk about why they won't call Proctor. I think that's a smart move. The more I think about it, I think it's genius where they're both calling one another's bluff.
Okay, well, that's a good way to look at it, but I don't know. I mean, the prosecution has a good reason not to call Proctor. The defense, to me, does not have a good reason not to call him.
Well, kind of, because I mean, if you think about it, and that's what David was bringing up today on as part of his argument, because Hank basically said, like, hey, why are you trying to get these text messages?
Can use to instantly clean toilets without any scrubbing. Take your most disgusting toilet.
And
Yes.
then David basically said, like, well, I appreciate the help from the prosecution, but if he wants to call him, he can call him on rebuttal where, don't tell us who to call. And oh, by the way, Hank basically told you his whole entire cross. Which
I can't stare at this fan, so can you tell me where I should go?
Oh, so it's right at the end. It's I think like 7 hours or something like that. So yeah, so keep going. Yep, keep going a little more.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name
All right, you
and
can go.
spell
Well,
your
yeah. So
last name?
if you want to watch
Jonathan
this,
Diamandis,
he's basically just going to read text messages to himself.
Diamandis.
You've also
You can go. You can go faster. Yeah, you can go a little faster at this part. So he basically reads text messages. So this guy's Proctor's friend. He's known Proctor for about 30 years, and he was on a group chat. He was on a group chat with Proctor and his friends for a long time, and he doesn't remember these text messages exactly, but they happened. And he knows Chip, which is his friend. That's Chippy Proctor.
Okay.
And so they brought him back. Then they brought in a female police officer who they're going to voir dire on Monday.
Right.
Who used to be in Canton and now is Boston. So they're going to go from there. So
I'm interested in that one for sure.
No, me too. She got up there and was like, oh, she must be a cop, just the way she carried herself. So, so he gets off the stand and then they argue. And this is fascinating. So
there are several ways that are either independent or connected with each other by which or through which a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are
seems like forever that we've heard Yannetti talk.
Judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth, and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a long-standing rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1, 4, evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content, the substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics. Commonwealth versus Welch, it was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor. The Commonwealth, with regard to Commonwealth versus Welch, which is again cited in their memorandum, this opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be. They stated that in Welch, the court must find that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case. And in fact, the messages were let in, again, because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so the defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay. That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street or the police get a search warrant and then they show up at a home. And rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden issue and you can't use hearsay to present a Bowden defense. Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites 3 principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with 3 factors. But again, none of the 3 principles that the Commonwealth cites
Thank you, Bert.
is found in Sullivan at all. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up
But you
and put in a
can't
memo
talk about
to ask this court to do something that
Belichick
the
now
case does not
unless you talk about
support. And
Belichick
again,
because
it
they're
has
like
nothing
glued
to
at the
do
hip.
with Bowden. So now we
And other
come to
parts.
the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not. These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes, okay. Well, I mean, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this into evidence, I'll stop talking. Otherwise, I have to make my...
I understand what you mean by insults.
Okay, so...
If you're going to allow this in, I'll stop talking.
The
Oh,
Commonwealth is
that's
essentially
classic.
arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true. That's a silly argument.
Thanks,
Obviously,
Kathy.
we're not.
Thanks for.
Hearsay has
We
three
should have reminded
components.
everybody,
These are
especially
all
those on
statements out of
replay,
court.
that that's what we're showing.
None of
Thanks,
them are
Kath,
offered for the truth of the matter.
saying that.
None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner's not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston cop. We don't know if that's true or not true. It's offered to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has.
I just wanted to say something to you guys real quick because your chat's cracking me up right now. I started calling Belichick's new girlfriend Belichick because she's like everywhere and she's all over everything and she speaks for him. I'm sorry, you guys. I find it absurd. And I know age shouldn't matter when you meet someone, if you fall in love, but come on. I mean, she is old enough barely to even be his granddaughter. She could be practically his great granddaughter, for God's sake. I have zero okays with that. It's none of my business, obviously. But when people are in the media and when they're in our face, and especially if you're a sports fan, like most of us that come to these Friday Night Lives and our other nights, most of us, we all talk sports a little bit here at Social Change Warriors. I think it's all disgusting. And her behavior is so annoying when I see her at these press conferences, and it makes me want to scream. So when Bert first put up Bella, and I read it as Belichick, I laughed because I've been calling her Belichick. So that's my funny for now. All of you, New England Patriots fans, but he's not with you anymore now. He's going to attempt to coach college, and he's making North Carolina football now look like a joke, allowing her to be down there at spring practice and directing traffic and telling him what to say and do. And I'm sorry, but that's a whole, boy, we should have just a night where we go off on all the other crap that's going on in the world because there's so much. There's just so much that's crazy out there. Just crazy, right? All right. Thank you for entertaining me tonight as well, you guys. Oh, Bert, it's a New England thing. Trusting Bill B now. It's a New England thing to trust David. Okay, I feel ya. I get you. Yeah, I totally get it. Age matters. Come on. Yes, it does matter because when you grow up in a different generation, I mean, okay, if you're dating someone 8 years older or younger than you, even then it can matter a little bit. 8 years is still a lot of time, and it can matter a little bit. Not a ton, but it can matter a little bit. But their age difference is insanity. It's utter insanity. But a lot of those rich, wealthy, coaches and movie stars and all those, they've all, well, who was the famous one, right? Hugh Hefner, the famous one for dating dating women that could be his grandchildren or great grandchildren.
He was doing something with young ladies.
Oh God.
Younger.
Yeah, I have much to say about many athletes. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Okay, let's finish up here with Mr. Yannetti so we can. I want to go back to the end of Tech Guy today because the engineer, because I want you guys to hear what he has to say because it is really interesting, and that's how we'll end our night tonight. Boy, tonight went so fast.
Input into the case, he can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense. It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind and to show his bias. He, as the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why. We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. She's gonna go down for this. We're gonna pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges. She's effed. Those are what he says about, those are the statements he makes about Karen Read in the infancy of this investigation. And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind. The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's objecting to the admission of these statements. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that, but should the court allow them in, we're agreed on everything except for 3 entries, which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to sit here and go through each one.
Bev
Just
has
get me
her
a copy of what
priorities.
you've agreed
It's
to.
Friday. The traffic
This
is
is the
bridge.
marked copy. I'm happy to hand it to the court.
You can take care of it and email it in.
We'll do that. Thank you,
All right.
Ron.
So, Mr. Brennan, I'd like to hear you on admissibility.
Oh, here we
I haven't
go.
decided admissibility, and I'll hear you on authentication.
So before he goes, let me just read to you some of the, because a lot of you I know aren't on Twitter X. So this person writes, can someone explain to me why it would be relevant and admissible to allow someone who has nothing to do with the case be on the stand as a witness to get another witness's statements without calling that particular witness? I find that to be a valid argument. Like, if you want to, I think that's a valid, I think she has a point, right?
Well, so that's why I think this is genius, and they're going to kind of get into this. So basically, Hank, I believe, is still bluffing, and he's bluffing with this, saying, hey, guess what? I'm taking a chance by not calling the lead investigator of this case. And okay, is this a good look? No. Does the jury know that though? Maybe, maybe not. He's taking a chance by saying, you know what? Maybe the jury will find this horrendous and heinous. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll say, well, Yuri was there, and who knows. So then, so he's basically taking a chance there. Now the defense is basically saying like, okay, well, we can call Proctor and basically shame them and saying like, hello, sir, you were fired. You're an asshole. You're this and that. And smear everything. But Hank's basically saying like, okay, well, on direct, I can ask leading questions and I can rehab them by basically saying like, well, you might be an asshole in your private life, but you did your job. You have all, you're a decorated dude. You did all this other stuff. You did all the things, you did stuff properly. And it's just that, you use some, regrettable language that, you apologize for, but everything else was fine. And then the defense, and then the defense looks and goes, "Oh, our one shot to get these messages in, was it worth that squeeze?" Now, if they don't call him and they get the messages in, which is kind of genius by saying like, "Okay, well, we don't want to call Proctor, but we want the bad languages. How do we get them in?" He sent those messages to somebody, and they were talking. Now, there could be other communications where people agree with them, like, "Yeah, fuck her," or whatever the case may be, but that's going to depend on how it comes in. Now, that's what David was arguing, saying that there's no rhyme or reason why these can't come in when they're just saying like, hey, these are his words. We can just say like, hey, like they did with Yuri and Higgy and all those guys, bring them in that way. Now, what Hank's going to get up there and argue is saying like, no, call the guy. You have the opportunity to call him. And then they go back and forth. But that's basically the genius by basically saying like, okay, well, if you don't call him, what happens? Well, in closing, you leave him as the boogeyman, as the monster, and then you eviscerate him by saying, look at what the Commonwealth did. This asshole is fired, this and that and the other thing. and they wouldn't call him because he screwed up so much. He touched this,
Right.
this, and who knows what was going on. And it's so egregious to get fired. It's one thing to get reprimanded along with this one and this one, but to be
Right.
fired and then have it appealed and then have that not go through, ooh, that's a bad look. So
It's scary.
that's
The,
basically
the
what
thing,
Hayes feels, so.
it's some, I personally feel it's a risk.
Yeah.
It's a risk because the jury supposedly knows very little about this case, and they don't know enough, in my mind, to have any real opinion of Proctor at this point. All they're going to have is questions like, well, what did he do that was so bad? Why did he, they don't even know for sure he was fired because no one's ever come right out and said.
Yes. Yep.
So
So that's basically what
I have concerns.
well, yeah. So that's basically what I think it was my objection. What's her face? Catherine Loftus mentioned prior, and that's what Legal Poor, Miss McKinney also said too, saying like, you know what, like what's the path? Because every single person, and even today, I watched Melanie and I watched Emily D. Baker afterwards. Like they were both kind of shocked by this, where they're like, "Oh, you're not going to call Proctor? What is going on?" And so then they kind of thought about it. And Melanie
said in the opening he was. Shauna says AJ said in the opening he was fired over this case, but remember what they say.
Yeah, that doesn't come in
the opening is not evidence.
Yeah, I mean, you could say whatever you want. Yeah,
they can take it to they may not even have remembered that. But thanks, Shauna. I mean, thank you for putting it up. But they may not even have remembered that was so long ago now, and they're not allowed to go back and have any transcripts to read or anything in Massachusetts, which is crazy to me. So I don't know. It's just my personal opinion. It's a risk because I don't know that I've ever heard of a murder trial. Sorry, YouTube, MURDER, that didn't call the lead detective, the lead investigator. This is just bizarre. Everything about this case is bizarre now. This makes it even more bizarre. I just can't.
Why would it start making sense now? I mean,
exactly.
I mean, the only down point is that, and again, I think it was Miss Kinney at Legal Poor said, well, you don't know if Proctor is a former trooper and he wasn't called because he's dead. Because he's not alive anymore. So you take that chance of saying like, well, he got fired and this and that. Like, well, why wasn't he on the stand? Well, he might be dead. That might be kind of what they're thinking. Like you run that risk as a defense, but I think it's kind of outweighed. But this is genius. I think the more I think about this, I'm like, this is very clever, very clever.
It could be. All right. I'm trying to take a screenshot of this so I can put it up on the deck, and then I have to refresh the deck, but I'm going to show this to you all before we close out the night because this is pretty good. This is an overpass. Meanwhile, on 95 near the Dedham Mass exit ramp. So I'm going to take a screenshot on my phone, send it to my PowerPoint, and then I'll refresh and show it to you. So this was something you were all talking about in the chat a little earlier. This is a Twitter post by Amy Lee. There was a case in California in 2021 in which Dr. Welcher testified. Because of Dr. Welcher's report, a mistrial was declared, citing Dr. Welcher's testimony as junk science.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you guys mentioned. So this, the plaintiff, Carol J. Cavey, respectfully moves this court to preclude the defendant's biomechanical engineer expert, Judson Welcher from testifying at trial in support of this motion. This case arises out of a rear-end motor vehicle collision that occurred on November 2nd, 2016 in Boston, Massachusetts. The defendant recently disclosed their liability expert, Justin Welcher, a biomechanical engineer who is expected to testify at trial regarding the effect of the collision forces, or delta V's, on the plaintiff's anatomy. Welcher's opinions do not come close to meeting the Daubert, is it Daubert? Yeah.
Yep.
Daubert-Langen standards for admissibility. Welcher's alleged biochemical analysis relies entirely on the accident reconstruction and delta V calculations performed by defendant's expert, Carrie.
That's what happened in the picture that he showed.
The
With the
plaintiff has
deadline.
moved to exclude Alvino's opinions because they are not reliable and are based on, and then that's the only page they had up on Twitter. But anyway, I just thought I'd read that to you because you guys were all talking about that earlier. And I believe that Brandy Churchwell is doing, she's been doing her podcasts and then they air when she's done making them, correct?
That's
Okay.
very
I will play the rest of Yannetti now. Oh, thanks, Kath. I
yep.
was just about to.
Yep.
I just wanted to read a few things that I saw that I thought would be interesting.
I know
to you.
it's too good.
There's just so much out there. You can't keep up.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages. I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor. This witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in sum and substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias. Because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant, is it material, and what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, they are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being admitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of Bowdoin, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side, because it will lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis.
Something must have happened there.
And
Yeah.
so my position is, I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if the defense wants the value, they should call Michael Proctor.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Get him, David.
I know we're 3 hours late, Your Honor. I won't belabor the points. I would state the following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate. I would note Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine which witness we want to use to authenticate and admit text messages. That's our choice. And we should not be deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages. There is no rule. There's no best witness rule in this case. I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance. His arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises. And in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have not called Michael Proctor. I think that's the whole impetus for this objection, so that we will call a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through basically his entire closing argument. He is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again. I would rest on that. Thank you.
Okay, and just the very last thing is Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yeah, that was really, I loved that. Thanks. Uh-oh, we're having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. Interesting. Okay, remove. Now they're just telling me that. Yeah, that was really well done. I liked that a lot. I thought that was excellent.
David's the best.
Yeah, that was fantastic. So this is, well, it just adds a whole issue to this. Like you said, anything and anything that can happen in the theater of the absurd has happened and will continue to happen every week. There's going to be something. We say it every week, and every week there's something else. So God only knows what's next. So, all right. Well, if I know you're probably all tired and ready to go to bed, but I'm just going to add this little ending part on because I really liked what this guy had to say here. At this part of his testimony, so that it's part of our Friday Night Lies tonight. So if some of you have to leave to go to sleep, I wish you good night and thank you for coming as usual. And we'll be back next week as usual. So I'm just going to play this for you all to end out our night because I think this is really excellent.
Finishing the work.
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
The reason why this is so important is because as long as John's window remains positive, that's better for debunking all of this, because there's no way he could have interacted with his cell phone after getting clipped by the car the way they're saying he was clipped and rendered unconscious by that head injury immediately. So that's why this little section here is quite important.
So on this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a +5.
Take a look at slide 11.
And think about that too. Infotainment time should be adjusted forward by 21 seconds to align with phone time. So 21 seconds is a lot when we're talking what we're talking about here. And especially when they bring in the One Meadows, Karen connecting to the One Meadows Wi-Fi and what time that happened. That makes every second count, right? And that's why like I said, that's why I wanted you guys to see this.
11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20, and when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes +6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying.
Thank you, Bert.
The difference shown in the
Appreciate
slide.
you.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12. What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn, but we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls, and 0.154 on one table, and I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the Aperture reports. And when we do that, the result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
No.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support one point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess
Why'd you
in
object?
his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
It was just the way he worded it.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
This is all really, really good stuff.
Let's move to the next slide then.
I think his testimony is way more important than people realize.
Is this
So
a
there's
continuation of
the second half. So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2
Yes,
is happening
all these
exactly at the same
numbers
second
are dry,
as
but
the phone lock.
you're right,
So it's kind of not on one side or the
MCAT
other.
too. This is
So I think
crucial
it should be thought
stuff.
of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is a continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this, with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees, and one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous, and there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Good point,
Go to the
Shona.
next slide, 16, please. What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the Aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
That's what, 10%, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
10%.
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to
I hope
which
the
of
jury,
these particular
I hope the
options
jury
described as 30
understands all
possibilities
this and gets this.
should be applied in this case?
No.
I mean, today was tough.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches
This is great how he
have
explains
their own
this.
individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses.
Being
And
diplomatic.
there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the tech stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the tech stream event?
Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the tech stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes,
Is that 10%?
that is 10%.
Yeah, it's sustained and it's stricken.
What the frig?
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
What the fuck?
If I
10%,
told
the
you
likelihood is 10%,
hypothetically,
which means it's
Jesus.
90% that it didn't happen.
Sidebar. Yeah.
I mean, it's still within, like it's still possible. Is it very likely?
Right.
No,
So
it's
while
but
they're-
it's still possible. It's still within the 5% accepted
Right.
value for confidence interval, but still for error and stuff like that. But still, it's very, very, very close. What did Man Shannon say about this? He looked at what this guy did, and he basically was like, "No, it's wrong. We do it this way." Sorry, I apologize to everybody in the South. I apologize. I'm getting punchy now.
Exactly. So, but to bring this all back around, we started with Jen McCabe tonight talking about her important timeline that was so important to her in trial 1 because she witnessed the car moving up, back, forward, and around. All she didn't witness was it taking off into space and flying to the moon, like he said is possible in engineering. But we've got her timeline of what she saw and the phone records to match what she saw, because she texted everything she saw. And then now the gentleman we've been looking at tonight, DeSorga, he's trying to poke holes in what Manchannon was trying to get us to understand and believe, right? So all three of these, the 2 expert witnesses plus today's expert witness, kind of rebuttaling, going over the reports and showing us the inconsistencies and the problems. And then you've got Jen McCabe's verbal her texting and her admitting how many times she went up and down today. I'm going to make a chart for us to show, and I'll show it next Friday Night Lies, that there is absolutely no way in hell that Karen could have run over John, given all of the now that they've presented all these times exactly like they say, allowing for time. What are they calling it again? Time
time variance, time drift,
time drift. Thank you. Yeah, time drift. And then given that Jen's phone proves that she was texting at these exact times, and she has now testified twice to what she was seeing. The car was right out front. The car moved up by the flagpole. I looked out, the car, was still there. Then I looked out again and the car was gone. And then you've got the testimony coming up of the whole Wi-Fi situation with her connecting to the Wi-Fi. So all of these things have to create a huge amount of reasonable doubt for any normal, smart jury. MCAT says jury knows.
I hope to God they do. I mean, all through Alessi's cross, I kept saying like, okay, I get this. I hope to God that they're getting this and not losing it. Like, and he's not over explaining it. Like he kept going with like the 4 things. Like even Emily D. Baker said, do like fuck the physics. Talk about this. But,
right. Hey, no worries, Bert. You were close to being right.
Yep.
You were close enough, Bert. That's all we care about. Close enough, according to the engineers. That's good enough. We don't care about numbers.
Manchannon is now Chloe or Cora.
Oh yeah.
Rephrase that. Did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
25 out of 30.
Correct. Only 3 of the 30 were negative.
Okay. Okay, we can take
and 2 are neutral.
Right.
Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes.
What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module.
The ACM?
Airbag control module has entered the chat.
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car, ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed, or the engine RPM, or the accelerations of it.
Does the TechStream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the TechStream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the TechStream data event mean that if you find a TechStream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw TechStream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many TechStream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
I thought he did.
And I need to see it sidebar.
Oh, here we go
Jesus
again.
Christ.
Gotta go to sidebar. Oh, it wasn't too long of a sidebar.
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more questions.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just.
Understand.
I'm not rushing, I'm just rushing, okay?
You reviewed the TechStream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
And last question, do any of the TechStream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess.
Well, thank you guys for allowing me to play that at the end here tonight. I just really consider I consider him to be very valuable to the defense. The way he was able to call into question quite a bit of what they were trying to, pass by to the jury. What do you guys think?
It was a lot today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of numbers, exhausting, especially after we've been going this long. But I just wanted to get that little piece included into this live stream because it completely, it shows a reason for people to pause and be concerned that they were, trying to create their own narrative with both with both those experts.
What did he talk about on redirect? Because I know that I know Hank was upset and kept trying to call him out, like, well, you have this, and did you look at this? Did you look at this? Did you look at this? What about this? Don't be shy.
Oh, right. Oh, you know what? We'll have to show that at the beginning. That was good, actually. That was good. Hank was quite cantankerous with him. A lot of people were complaining about that on social media, that a lot of people liked this guy, that he was very likable. And I guess I saw something where one of the jurors, I guess, whispered something, or it was loud enough that someone could hear it. And he was like very unhappy with Hank mistreating this expert who seemed very, with it and knowledgeable and was just there to tell the truth and explain, his thoughts and results and feelings about Shannon's report. Yeah. But yeah, if people are interested, we could show that at the beginning of next time, depending on how much more we have. But Julie, thank you once again for, taking us through the very brutal, thanks for
losing my mind.
Yeah. And thanks for letting me play a little bit of devil's advocate with y'all, because he's definitely, he's going to go down as probably one of the most combative experts, because he's supposed to just be an expert and he's not supposed to have any care what really does happen in this case, other than that he should want justice too. Experts should want their testimony to help the jury to get to justice, to help the jury make the right decision. So
yeah. That's supposed to stand alone. It's supposed to be, just the facts, ma'am. And it's supposed to stand alone. And whatever it is, it is. I mean, that's why Alessi brought up and was like, you have a null hypothesis and you have like some kind of hypothesis that you're going to test. And whether or not it comes in and helps your case and doesn't help your case, like you can observe and report and say, yep, we tried this. And, turns out
if you're expert. So yeah, if your expert in the end doesn't help your case, that means that there's something wrong. And then if the expert is helping justice to prevail, for the truth to come out, that's what you should want as well. You shouldn't want prosecution at all costs. If something comes out that you are prosecuting the wrong person, then you are, and then you should want that person to be freed or the trial to be stopped. I mean, trials have been stopped before when all this just exculpatory evidence comes out in the trial unexpectedly, and they have dropped the charges against people in mid-trial. It has happened. It's rare, but it has happened. And so that's why I always say I like to give the benefit of the doubt to the experts, because they're not supposed to have any bias. They're coming in, and to become an expert is not an easy feat. It's years of doing your job. It's years of education and constantly being retrained and going to seminars and keeping your education up and practicing your field. And that's why they're an expert. You don't just get to be an expert overnight. So I always like to give as much benefit of the doubt to the experts as possible, because they're not the bad guy in this scenario. They're supposed to be the good guy, the expert in that field that helps us get to justice and truth. So when it looks like that's not the case, when it looks like, they basically got this company and paid them all this money to try to sell it to the jury, the narrative they want to sell it, and not have it just be an expert opinion. It was very smart of the defense to bring in this, this, I call him a kid because he can't be more than 40, but he's very young looking regardless of his age, but he's got a lot of experience. So he wasn't he's not a kid out of college. He's got 13 years on the job and he's got a master's degree in the field. So I think he said he's worked with the time. Did he say it was the time clocks over 1,000 times? Or I
think so. Yeah. He works with, he was the one who said he worked with big trucks.
Yeah.
GPS and plotting and saying that big trucks also have like an extra step. So we've done this stuff before. So yeah.
And he was very fair. I mean, he gave credit where credit was due to the two other experts.
Yeah, and he didn't do a Manchin and saying, "Oh, well, this is wrong. This is wrong. This one tried to destroy this. It's all here. It's all your fault." Yep.
Right. I found him just completely credible. I hope the jury did. And what he pointed out there in that time that we watched was very important to completely debunk the I hit him, in my opinion, because there were, again, timing is everything. Timing matters. And we're dealing with seconds upon seconds here of when they pulled up. He got out, he went in the house, she pulled forward, she left, she went and connected to One Meadows. I mean, the timing in this case is super important, just to help with bolstering reasonable doubt. We can believe all day long, those of us that believe she didn't hit him, but because there are no eyewitnesses and there was no ring camera footage pulled, they could have pulled, I think they said there were over what did they say, 100 ring cameras in that neighborhood?
There were a lot. Yeah, there were an absolute lot.
But again, there's limitations to ring cameras, what they can and cannot capture. But, even if a ring camera captured Ricky's truck passing by and got the timestamp on that to help understand the timing better of all this, anything they could have gotten off of any, and to not even attempt to pull any ring camera in this day and age with that technology at their fingertips, and then to take the word of the dude across the street, the other decorated dude that lives across the street. That's just completely against police procedure. He was off duty. He wasn't working in any capacity as a police officer when this all happened. That was his personal house. It wasn't the police station across the street. That was his personal home. And for them just to tell us, oh yeah, no worries. He said he looked at it and there's nothing to see here. Move along. I mean, that's not acceptable either. That was just one of the gazillion many things they did wrong, in the investigation. So, well, everybody, we've had a lovely Friday night again, as usual, with our amazing chat friend zone. I thank you all for being here live. Thank you for contributing and giving us your feedback and your pushback and your opinions. And we just really, Julie and I really enjoy our Friday nights with you guys. And we will be back. Who knows what's going to happen next week? We sort of kind of know who they're going to call based on all these voir dires. So it's going to be interesting to see who we've got to review next week. That's for sure. So I hope you guys get to have a nice weekend. I'll be driving tomorrow back to my Florida house, saying goodbye to my dear second mother for now. So I'll be back in the car heading to Florida. So I'll keep you posted what days we're living next week. If it's Wednesday, Thursday, or just one or the other, definitely we'll be back for Friday Night Lies. And just keep the faith. That's all we can do in most of these cases that we're following, the ones that you may be following outside of the Karen Read, John O'Keefe case. Keep the faith for the families, for justice, for their loved ones, because they were unalived by someone else's violent hands, violent action, and they're no longer with them, and they're all having to get up and live every day and try to do what they have to do to survive while they have no justice for their loved ones. So once again, thank you for standing for victims of homicides, unsolved homicides, and or the missing, and we will continue to pray and keep the faith for all their families. It's just us. My life mattered. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you, Julie, our resident scientist.
Ground wasn't frozen.
The ground wasn't frozen. Free Karen Read for justice for John O'Keefe. Let's get the right people arrested if it's possible. Good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves. See you next week.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge, a name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption. We'll stand tall for justice and truth. We'll risk it all.